Lee Summit is your destination for big city vibes and small town charm.
Head to the downtown Lee Summit Farmers Market, where local meets fresh. Then grab a cup of coffee and discover a variety of shops and boutiques just around the corner. Continue the fun in downtown Lee Summit at a retro arcade bar. Discover your new beer at one of our 6 locally owned breweries. Cool off with some handcrafted cocktails at happy hour. End the night with live music and good company. Lee Summit, Missouri.
Hello, Lee Summit. Here's your flash briefing for the week of October 23rd. City Council will meet for regular session Tuesday night at 6 in Council Chambers and City Hall. If you can't watch, quickly catch up on City Council meetings by subscribing to the Council Debrief newsletter, which breaks down 3 to 4 key agenda items. Subscribe at cityofls.net. Join us for the Downtown Market Plaza groundbreaking this Tuesday, October 24th at 4:30 p.m. Festivities will be held at the corner of Green and 3rd Streets. Learn more about the project at cityofls.net. And Booze, Barks, and Badges will be taking place October 28th in downtown Lee Summit from 9:30 to noon. Families and their pets are invited to wear costumes and be part of a parade downtown. Following the parade, trick or treat at participating businesses. Learn more at downtownls.org. And mark your calendars for Holiday Open House. That's right, it's time to start thinking about those holiday wish lists. Shop holiday gifts and decor in downtown Lee Summit November 3rd and November 4th. Thanks for listening and have a great week.
Traditionally, we think as police officers, those responding to law enforcement needs within the community. But honestly, we are there to serve our citizens, and our citizens do go into crisis. They do have mental health crises, and we're being called to those scenes on a regular basis. In order to help serve those citizens better, we did initiate the Crisis Intervention Team Program. These are officers that are specially trained to de-escalate crisis situations. Recently, we've brought co-responders onto the scene, licensed qualified mental health professionals housed within our police department, and they respond with those officers directly to those scenes where a crisis is occurring so they can interact with that citizen and get them the help they need right there on that scene.
The co-responders are either a bachelor or master level in a behavioral health related field. They wear plain clothes, they don't carry weapons or anything like that.
I have a police radio that I listen to all day. Listen for, those key words: mental health, behavioral health, crisis.
There's a lot of officers that just call for me. I have my own radio number.
I also have the ability to self-dispatch to them and say 982 is en route.
Officers en route, 914, Armstrong.
So typically I arrive after they've made it safe. I'll make contact and get kind of the rundown, and then I just kind of jump right in.
Like, hey, my name's Allison. I'm a mental health professional. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to take you to jail or arrest you.
Sometimes all a person needs is a voice, someone neutral, someone outside that, can listen. I do a lot of safety planning, including family, their support network, who's close to you. If they're home alone, who can come over and hang out with you today? Can we lock away your sharps? Can we put up your meds? Do you need meds? Can we get you over to the urgent care to get you assessed for your medications? Some of them also are like, oh, I'm so glad you came. This made me feel so much better.
Our main goal as the co-responders is to, one, get people connected to the services that they need, and also divert from emergency rooms and jails.
And they almost get a different view of the police responding. That lets me know you care and the officers care.
Please, how can we help you?
My husband
In 2020, we had 722 mental health related calls for service. 2022, by that time, 1,479. These mental health related calls for service are increasing. How we're responding to that is increasing the number of crisis intervention team officers we have available, as well as the number of co-responders we have available to respond on these calls.
So what I think is important for the community to know about the co-responder program is that we're here, we exist. All you have to do when you call 911 is ask for us. Say, hey, I want a co-responder to respond to this crisis, and we'll go. I was really struggling about 8 years ago on my personal journey with mental health, and I met some amazing social workers and amazing programs that have helped me get to where I am today. I really couldn't see myself doing anything else. We want to help, and that's what we love to do.
So I had a client, we got a call, she had some suicidal ideations, and she really felt that she had nobody. And and getting to know her story and getting to know who comes around and sees you, well, then we found a support person and they responded immediately. And we made a plan. I called back and checked on her in an hour, and then I checked on her in 2 hours. We were able to get her into the additional services to where she talks to someone every week or more. I just took a person that really just thought they had nobody and nobody would show up for them, and show them you do. And you'll be amazed who is in your corner if you just simply say, I need a little help.
Member Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. Quite a few of us are getting questions about the plan, so I didn't know if, just for the public knowledge. I'm not a politician. I feel like I'm just an average person in Lee Summit. I stay home with my children. My husband works 48-hour shifts at the fire department. They have a football field set up. Our two-car garage is we're gonna bring the driveway back through here, and it's gonna go right here. And then, so my family has chickens. When we first got chickens, my husband said, don't treat them as your pets, treat them as chickens, because we're going to be eating the eggs, and I would like to use them for meat. So don't treat them as your pets. Well, we now have 6 chickens that I consider my pets, and I will not let him kill for meat. So we live downtown, and we love living downtown. These are my children. The first one's Lincoln, and Amira, and Sophia, and Caleb. This is a great neighborhood. Downtown is one big community. We like to walk to the farmer's market. Hold my hand. It's an easy walk, probably less than 10 minutes. The farmer's market has always been a very important part of my life and my family's life. As a matter of fact, when my daughter started kindergarten, I dropped her off and I was going shopping at the farmer's market right behind Lee Summit Elementary. And I was teary-eyed because she was my first and she was going off to kindergarten. And Terry, the butterfly lady, the one that's in the purple shirt, and she used to make little butterfly stickers for everyone, she gave me a big hug and was just so empathetic to the fact that my daughter had just started school. A lot of the farmers there, they've watched my kids grow up. I love Lee Summit in general. I love that it still has a small town feel while embracing growth and the arts and diversity. And I feel like downtown specifically embodies that. My kids go to Lee Summit Elementary, and a lot of their teachers live downtown. So when we're out walking, we see so many people we know. I lived in Africa until I was 5, and then we moved to the United States, and I've lived in Lee Summit since. Oh, a lot of my childhood, my mom was a single mom, and I feel like I was essentially raised by my community. And being on council, it's just such an important way to give back to the community that raised me.
I state your name.
I, Mia Pryor,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I possess the qualifications
on the 5th day of April 2022.
The election process was fun. I got to go door to door and talk to people, which is my absolute favorite thing to do, is talking to people and learning about people. I even had people inviting me into their house for dinner or inviting me back to their house to meet their spouse. And I knocked on a door, and the lady that answered the door was my kindergarten teacher. So it was a lot of fun. Hi everyone, I'm Councilmember Mia Pryor. Thank you very much for coming tonight. I love being a council rep for District 1. I know everyone says this, but District 1 is by far, in my opinion, the best district. Raintree Lake, that's part of District 1. I love that community. Actually, my husband and I got married at the clubhouse in Raintree Lake. I really love all of South Lee Summit. I love the growth that they're going to be experiencing soon and that they've already experienced. I wanted to say that if you guys have a concern, please come tell us what your concern is, because we can only address and help with what we know. We're there to kind of bridge that gap. We're the voice of our constituents, and we can go to the city and voice what their concerns are. So if you have a concern, definitely make us aware. It's always been important to me to be active in the community, and I married a firefighter that works for Lee Summit Fire. Go say hi to Daddy. And so having first responders supported in the community has always been important to me. But also, I wanted to influence the growth in Lee Summit, the type of businesses we get here and the type of activities there are to do.
So our first presentation tonight is going to be about that very exciting Farmers Market Plaza.
I want to show you the most recent rendering, fly-through video.
The farmers market has always been such an important part of my life. So to see it developing into something as big as it's going to be across from City Hall is super exciting to me. I can't wait for it to get built and to start welcoming people. I don't think so. Okay. You want to hold it? Don't drop it.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Chickens were out. We thought that would be a good place for the dogs. I'm not a politician. I'm just an average person in Lee Summit that wanted to be a voice of many that sometimes feel like they don't have a voice. Just a mom that cares.
Welcome, everybody. Would you please rise for the invocation and stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Heavenly Father, we are here as one body in order to come to a consensus. Please bless this meeting and guide us to have clear minds that are sensitive to the matters at hand and eager for resolution. We ask that you bless us and help us find the answers we seek. Let our principles guide the process. We pray for our first responders, city employees, community, and keep all those afflicted by world events in our prayers. Amen.
Again, welcome everybody. I'm going to call to order the City of Lee Summit regular session number 53 as amended. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Hodges.
Here.
Councilmember DeMauro.
Here.
Councilmember Pryor.
Here.
Councilmember Shields.
Here.
Councilmember Felker. Councilmember Lovell.
Here.
Councilmember Edson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
Mayor Baird.
Here. Okay, the first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. I have a motion to adopt by Councilmember DeMauro and a second by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Councilmember Lovell's an aye. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 8-0. Thank you all. Next is the approval of the consent agenda. I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Councilmember Lovell is an aye. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 8-0. Thank you. Next is Council Roundtable. Items of general interest, things going on in the community. Councilmember Shields.
Mayor, downtown is hopping right now. We have the Booze, Barks, and Badges Parade this weekend, so everybody should bring their kids out in costume Saturday morning for parade and trick-or-treating and all that good stuff. And then, of course, I'm sure you'll speak to this too, but we just had a wonderful groundbreaking celebration for the Market Plaza. It's going to be right across the street, so just a lot of exciting stuff going on in downtown right now.
Thank you. Yes, it was a wonderful event outside, 4:30 today. We had all of our partners that are working on it, the master developer, the Lane 4, as well as all the different contractors that we work with to begin the infrastructure work for the downtown farmers market and plaza. The CID was there. Past leaders from the CID like Brad Culbertson. Of course, our city was there. City administration and council were all there. And past administrator Steve Arbo was there. So it was a really wonderful event. And thank you all for attending. So, any other roundtable? We have a proclamation. You're with the Lee Summit Rotary Club. Would you meet me out front? We have a proclamation for World Polio Day. Whereas Rotary is a global network of neighbors, friends, leaders, and problem solvers who unite and act to create lasting change in communities across the globe. Whereas the Rotary motto, service above self, inspires members to provide humanitarian service, follow high ethical standards, and promote goodwill and peace in the world. Whereas Rotary in 1985 launched Polio Plus, and in 1988 helped establish the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, which today includes the World Health Organization, U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, UNICEF, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and AVI, Gabi, the Vaccine Alliance to immunize the children of the world against polio. Whereas to date, Rotary has contributed to more than $2.2 billion and countless volunteer hours to protecting nearly 3 billion children in 122 countries. Whereas these efforts are providing much needed operational support, medical staff, laboratory equipment, and educational materials for the health workers and parents. Whereas there are over 1.2 million Rotary members in 36,000 clubs throughout the world that sponsor service projects to address such critical issues as poverty, disease, hunger, illiteracy, and abroad. By virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Lee Summit, I do hereby proclaim October 24th, 2023 as World Polio Day. Can I get a round of applause? Want to state your name and which Rotary Club you go to?
Thank you, Mayor. Ryan Elam. I'm the current president-elect for the Rotary Club of Lee Summit, and I just wanted to thank you for taking the time out of the meeting today to recognize World Polio Day. And I believe the last count that I've heard is that there are 9 cases of wild polio right now, so trying to get
Mark Dunning with the
Don Bennett with the Lee Summit Rotary Club.
Joe Snook with the Sunrise Sunset Rotary Club.
Melanie Adkins with the Noon Rotary, and Carl Chinnery's performance just came out last week. He created by Ben Martin. So Carl Chinnery is deeply involved with the Rotary, and his family was impacted by polio at a young age, and so he lost one of his brothers. And it was back in the beginning before there were any treatments or cures, and so about his life, and it was very powerful, and so it just launched last week in theaters.
You all mind taking a photo? Oh, I'm a member of the Noon Rotary. Don't make it very often. Okay. That takes us to public hearings. First, we're going to close the regular session and open the public hearing in the matter of Agenda Item 5A. This is the vacation of right-of-way, an alley segment located at east of Northeast Douglas Street and south of Northeast Elm, adjacent to 105 Northeast Elm Street. Chris and Nicolette Saddler are the applicants. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise and be sworn in by the city clerk? Thank you. Does the applicant have a presentation? Yes.
My name is Chris Saddler. I live at 412 Southeast 5th Street here at the Summit. I'd like to defer to staff for presentation.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're out for any questions.
Hector Soto Jr., Senior Planner. I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A list of Exhibits 1 through 17.
Please enter into the record Exhibit A 1 through 17.
It appears that the cable used to connect the laptop is not up here. Oh, never mind. So the application that is before you is to vacate a 20-foot wide by 160-foot deep segment of alley that's south of Elm Street, east of Douglas, and west of Green. So the applicant's residence is here, and he's looking to vacate this area in yellow. So that segment of alley is abutting three parcels, all residential in use. None of these particular residences are dependent on the presence of the alley in order to gain access to the right-of-way or to the street. The adjacent property to the west has driveway access onto Elm. The subject property here, or the applicant's property, has access to Elm. And the property here has an apron that comes off of an existing alleyway that's improved to the north of this medical dental office here off of Douglas and Maple. Here we have a closer look of the subject easement, or rather alleyway. So the adjoining properties are zoned PO, or Planned Residential Office, and Single Family Residential R1. Here you can kind of see under the hatched area that there are a number of existing utilities within that alleyway, including a sanitary sewer line, a public line that runs through the middle of that alley and continues in a northwesterly fashion across the street. Here's some photos of existing conditions viewed from the north and from the south. It's an unimproved alley. Mostly gravel, actually it's mostly grass. There is some gravel through there. So you can see that there is some use, but it's effectively an abandoned alley in the downtown area like we see in a lot of areas outside of the central business district. As part of our process, we do notify all utility companies asking for their feedback on whether or not there's any objection to the vacation of right-of-way. And all the responses had been that there was existing infrastructure, so that there is objection, except under the condition that an easement be retained to provide or maintain access and to protect the infrastructure that is located with that alley. There was a neighborhood meeting that was held, and there was one attendee, which was the adjoining neighbor here to the west. There were no objections from that neighbor during the course of that meeting. So there is just that lone condition of approval, just indicating that the vacated right-of-way will retain a 20-foot wide by 160-foot easement to protect that existing public and private infrastructure located within said right-of-way. So with that, I will yield to any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Questions for applicant or staff? Yes, Councilmember Shields.
I'm just curious why they want to vacate this. Is it impeding construction they want to do, or?
There is some backstory to this. As you can see here, the original residence was constructed somewhere around 1928, and it does have this original garage here. At some point, 5 years ago, thereabouts, it appears as though the previous owner, and this is the Saddlers are more recent owners, the previous owners constructed an addition without a permit. So to try to resolve some of these, to try to resolve this issue, what we're looking to do is to vacate this right-of-way is the first step in trying to bring this addition closer into compliance. So by vacating this right-of-way, about 10 additional feet will be gained by the property to the west, and additional 10 feet will be gained by these two properties, to the east and to the west. So under the existing zoning district here, there's a minimum 15-foot setback for all structures. Now, granted, the historic structures from the 20s are grandfathered in, but this new addition would be subject to that 15-foot setback. By gaining these additional 10 feet, it will help provide some setback. If approved here, the next step for the applicant will go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment to ask for a variance to allow for a 5-foot encroachment into the setback so that they can keep this addition rather than have to tear it down because it was illegally constructed by the previous owner.
Flag that and give them like a notice.
Yes, there was an anonymous complaint filed with the city, and upon our investigation, we realized that it was constructed without a permit. So now this new owner is trying to remedy that situation and still keep that addition.
Thank you. Questions for staff or applicant? Is there anybody here that would like to speak in favor or in opposition to the application? Please come forward. Are there any additional questions from council? The applicant care to make, oh yes, Councilmember Shields.
We don't have the power to grant that variance at the same time, do we? It needs to go through the zoning board.
Needs to go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment, yes.
All right, does the applicant care to make any further comment? Thank you. Hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there any council discussion on this application? Seeing none, Councilmember Edson, would you please read bill number 23-196?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to advance to second reading bill number 23-196, an ordinance vacating dedicated right-of-way for a north-south alley segment located east of Northeast Douglas Street and south of Northeast Elm Street in the city of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to adopt, or motion to move to second reading bill number 23-196 by Councilmember Edson, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. And it moves to second reading unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to the next public hearing. Closing the regular session and opening the public hearing in the matter of agenda item 5B. This is a rezoning from CP2 and RP3 to PMIX and a preliminary development plan. Pryor Mixed Use, 1805 and 1905 Southwest 150 Highway. Griffin Riley Property Group is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise and be sworn in by the city clerk. Before we begin, Councilmember Lovell.
Mayor, I'll be recusing myself from discussion due to a conflict.
Thank you. All right, does the applicant have a presentation?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Matt Tapp. I'm with Griffin Riley Property Group, and I'm trying to get the screen to work. Mark, I can't quite see it. Oh, there we go. Thank you. It's great to be back in Lee Summit, my hometown, class of 1995, Lee Summit High School. Last full class of Lee Summit High School. It's always a treasure and a treat to be here. Sorry if I'm a wet rat going through the rain, but to those that put down some seed, congratulations. So we are excited to present to the City Council our Pryor Mixed Use project. You can see the table of contents here. I won't go into the detail. A brief introduction. Most of you probably have heard of Griffin Riley Property Group, as we've done multiple projects inside the friendly confines of Lee Summit. But for those of you who have not, we're a full-service commercial real estate development management company based out of Lee Summit. Our mission is guided by a relentless pursuit of doing the right thing, and our vision is to provide the most reputable and distinctive commercial real estate across the metro area. You can see our values there. I won't go into each detail. I think it's important to note our experience and background. We have over 900,000 square feet of commercial residential property completed or currently in our profile and growing. We have the financing capabilities, the private equity, and we have quite a bit of experience with these type of projects. We firmly believe in making sure that new development is fully integrated seamlessly into the existing neighborhood. We work with the city, with the surrounding property owners and community stakeholders to make sure that it is a thoughtful and thorough project. And we believe we've done that with this project, and we're excited to present to City Council. You can see our history. I won't go into the detail, but Fred DeLibero is our founder, creator, and then Jake Lovelace started out at Summit Homes and came over and started Griffin Riley Property Group. I've been with the group for about 2 years now. A little bit of background on our portfolio. You may be familiar with the Blackwell Mixed Use project here in Lee Summit. This is 2 of the 4 components. I'll cover the other 2 in the next slide. We have a retail center around 38,000 square feet, give or take. And then we have our luxury apartments, the residences at Blackwell. That's 268 units of full service, clubhouse, amenities. And the current status of this project is we're doing mass grading and dirt work is happening right now as we speak. The other 2 components is our Reunion at Blackwell, which is our single-story townhome product geared towards a 55-plus customer. And then Reserve at Blackwell is the super strong single-family for rent product, which is also included in our Blackwell project. Oak Tree Commons you may be familiar with. That is a multi-tenant retail center off of 50 Highway in Oldham. And then kind of what started it all to some degree on the new development side for Griffin Riley, Residences at Echelon. They're on 150 Highway corridor, very near to this site. You may be familiar with that project. 244 units, Class A luxury apartments. I'm very excited for our team here as we have roughly, I think I calculated it out here, we have about 115 years of collective experience, if my math is correct. They are behind me here and are happy to answer more detailed questions as you all bring them up. Onto the site itself. It is approximately 20.92 acres on the southeast corner of 150 Highway and Pryor Road in the 150 Highway corridor, going west of 291 Highway. I believe we're approximately, I want to say, a mile and a half, give or take. I'm sure some other staff might correct me on that, but roughly a little over a mile west of 291. The current zoning, as the mayor indicated in the introduction, we have CP2 planned commercial and also RP3 planned residential, multifamily, we'll say, designation on the south end of the property. A project called Bella Sera was approved back in 2007 on 34 acres. So if you see on the map, it extends a little beyond our current subject property. It was 751,000 plus square feet of commercial and 400,000 square feet of residential. And just to give you an idea of our plans overlaid over the current zoning, we are on about, I'll say, 2/3 of the overall plan. Here's comparable project, Streets of West Pryor, I'm sure most folks are familiar with. Now, our actual plan, again, it's 20.92 acres. We have approximately 6 buildings on the site, starting from the south to the north or right to left. We have building number 1. That is a 3-story residential building with our leasing office and other amenities indoor and outdoor. And then across the new Osage Drive public street, we have buildings 2 and 3. Those are full residential buildings at 4 stories, 55 units each. And then building 4 is our mixed use building up on the corner with ground floor retail of around 21,000 square feet with 2 stories of virtually exclusive studio units, followed by 2 retail pads, 1 to 2 retail pads depending on market conditions along 150 Highway. The next slide is meant to illustrate the 3D renders, as I'm a very visual person, so I kind of like to see the actual view from a person or from a car, which is always important. As you can see, top-notch quality building materials, the leading design for mixed use on building number 4 in the corner. These are 2 different angles. The left-hand side one is directly at the corner of 150 and Pryor, and then as you go further east towards 291 on 150, that is the image to the right. Building number 1 is the L-shaped residential-only building towards the back end of the site, 3 stories. I believe this building has 66 units of residential. Again, the indoor amenities, leasing office on the ground floor with some amenity floors on the 2nd and 3rd stories. I should also mention back on the mixed-use building, we will have interior amenities as well for each floor, something like the Denton or other similar luxury residential products. As we discussed with neighbors and staff, we wanted to illustrate the detached garages, particularly along Pryor Road. So you can see on the lower right-hand side with the arrow, it's meant to show you what the view is of that render. These are our detached garages, which are high-quality design, materials, and landscaping to properly buffer the view from Pryor Road. On the neighborhood meeting, it was held June 8th at Aldersgate United Methodist nearby, where trash enclosure garages were mentioned. And through that dialogue, we moved the trash enclosure highlighted, circled in yellow, to the east side of the site versus the south. And then all the detached garages, as I illustrated, are high-quality building materials, as well as pointing inward into the site so as to not generate impact to our neighbors. Stormwater, it was brought up during our neighbor meeting, and through our engineer, Schlegel, did a full stormwater study. You can see that highlighted in the lower right-hand side. That is our stormwater feature. We are handling all the additional new runoff from our site, on-site. And then to the east, it's important to note the stream setback. So we have a stream setback ordinance in place on that stream on the southeast end, and we are honoring the requirements there. Traffic was mentioned as well. And so through our traffic impact study provided by Amy McCurdy, who's here in attendance, we are proposing improvements along Pryor, new Osage Drive, as well as a new turn lane on 150 Highway, all meant to offset any increase in traffic generated by our site. And then speaking of the stream setback, we are also increasing our landscaping and following city requirements along the east side, east property line, working with that property owner. We've arrived at a good consensus there, as well as the south end. We both have our new landscaping, as well as the existing mature trees that are on the Napa Valley or the existing neighborhood to the south. So there'll be plenty of screening, and we actually did a study and looked to see what the view would be from their pool, and you cannot see building number 4, the very south building from Napa Valley. Fingers crossed, technology works. Of course it does not, right? There we go. Okay. Clearly does not like a full screen, so I will not do that. This is a fly-through video of the site. Again, I always like to see a visual as you go through it, as you would be if it were built. This is the overall site. This is the retail pad closest to the mixed-use building. We want to be reminiscent of downtown Lee Summit, so you'll see a red brick, homage to red brick, as well as stucco and paneling. That's the ground floor retail. This is along Pryor. This is the L-shaped building, building number 4, towards the south end of the site. Outdoor amenity plaza, gazebo, walking trail. Dog park. This is that L-shaped building with the leasing office on the ground floor, residential on top. Pryor behind us. And with that, I wanted to end my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll do the staff's presentation, then we'll do questions.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Shannon McGuire, Senior Planner. Please enter into the record Exhibit A, a list of Exhibits 1 through 21.
Please enter into the record Exhibit A, lists 1 through 21.
Say 20 or 21. Okay, thank you.
21.
All Right, so as the applicant stated, the subject property is at the southeast corner of M150 and Southwest Pryor. They are requesting that rezoning and PDP for the mixed use and multifamily development out there. So just kind of go over this real quick. The applicant did do a pretty good presentation, so I'll try not to be too repetitive here. So the proposed project has both vertical and horizontal mixes of use, include apartments, offices, and retail with a little over 39,000 square feet of commercial and 284,000 square feet of residential. The proposed buildings will range from 1 to 4 stories. Currently, the property is zoned CP2 and RP3. It's bordered by large residential on the north and east. On the south, the property is bordered by the Napa Valley residential subdivision that has a mix of villa, standard, and large estate lots. And west across Southwest Pryor Road is the Osage mixed density residential subdivision. As the applicant stated, in 2007, the city council at that time did approve a rezoning from ag to the current CP2 and RP3. At that time, it was a little bit larger of a project. It included more square footage for a total of 34 acres, 64 residential units with that 750,000 of commercial. That PDP did expire. It expired 2 years after the initial approval. However, the rezonings, it does not expire, so that's why it's zoned the way it is zoned today. So during Planning Commission, there was a companion application to propose a amendment to the comprehensive plan to reclassify this from the current residential 1 to a mixed use land use category and a residential 3. The Planning Commission did approve that, contingent on approval of the PDP at council level. The subject property is within the boundaries of the M150 Corridor Development Overlay District, or the CDO. The CDO does identify the intersection of M150 and Southwest Pryor as an activity center. So under the CDO, the activity centers are supposed to be situated at the intersections along M150, and they are to include a concentrated mix of uses. So the CDO plan does encourage centers to be multi-storied with that vertical mixed use and residential above that first floor. So the proposed mixed use of residential and commercial in this plan does meet that requirement of the CDO plan. So the proposed mix of use and multifamily development is compatible with other uses in the area and is similar to uses found kind of a little bit northeast there to across 150 in the Arbor Walk area. Additionally, the location of the development does provide a buffer from that M150 highway to the existing single-family homes in Napa Valley that are approximately 1,200 feet to the south of 150. So the proposed architecture and materials are similar and compatible with the existing apartment developments in the area and throughout the city as a whole, include that brick, board and batten siding, stucco with some storefront glazing. Just go through some elevations here for you. Renderings that we've seen. So as the applicant stated, they did provide the viewscape or sightline exhibit showing the view shed of a person if they were standing at that Napa Valley pool and looking to the north. So to get your bearings here, 150's to the left of the site, Southwest Pryor's to the bottom. If you were standing at the pool deck looking this way, this is would be your view site here. So good amount of vegetation between with the trail. Good amount of screening. They are requesting a couple modifications. The first modification is to the acceptable plant materials. This requested modification stems from the availability of locally sourced materials. Large plants that are required by the UDO are not really readily available in the market. In addition to the scarcity of those materials in the market, those larger plants do not always survive transplanting as well as the type of plants that they are requesting or the plant sizes that they are requesting. For these reasons, staff does find the requested modification to be reasonable, and we do support that modification. The next modification request is to the minimum lot size. So in keeping with multifamily communities within the Lee Summit, the applicant has requested a modification to the overall density and minimum lot size. This is a fairly common request among these type of developments. Most comparable is the Village of Ojai and Staggs Field, as well as Aria. This project is at the lower end when reviewing against recently approved modifications. Their density they're requesting is 13.93. The UDO does allow 12, so not that much more. A comparable mixed-use project would be the Streets of West Pryor, and they were granted a total density of 36.2, so significantly higher than what they're requesting today. The next modification being requested is the placement of the detached garages. The applicant has placed the detached garages approximately 30 feet from Southwest Pryor. The UDO does require a 50-foot setback along a major road. To utilize the site effectively and meet the UDO setback requirements, it would essentially just push the parking lot up against Southwest Pryor, so it doesn't give for a very appealing streetscape and doesn't present very pedestrian friendly. So, and good planning principles would discourage this approach because it does not create that appealing streetscape or pedestrian friendliness. Situating the structures as proposed, the buildings do act as a little bit of visual screening and physical buffer along the street. So this will help activate the street and improve the streetscape. To help soften the impact, the applicant has added additional architectural elements to the rear of the garages, and these include windows, awnings, some stone veneer, and additional bushes and trees. This modification was recently granted on the same rationale for the Douglas and Tudor project, so staff does support this modification for these reasons. A neighborhood meeting was held on June 8th, as the applicant stated, and neighborhood concerns were the trash compactor location, garage locations, traffic, commercial tenants, as well as the tree preservation. And we get to the approval of conditions. So staff would like to ask council to add an additional condition of approval to ensure that the unimproved road policy is complied with. So we are asking that a condition of approval number 6 be added and say development shall comply with the requirements of the unimproved road policy. And so with the added condition and the conditions as outlined here and in staff level, the application does meet the requirements of the Unite Comprehensive Plan, the UDO, and the Design and Construction Manual. I can answer any questions you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Questions for applicant or staff? Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. First, just in the spirit of the meeting that we had with Planning Commission not too long ago, I want to disclose that I did have a meeting with the applicant to discuss this project prior to this, but I will make my decisions based on the matters presented in the public hearing. And then I just wanted to know, are there any incentives requested with this project, or is that going to be coming to us at some point, or?
Councilmember Shields, Mark Downing, City Manager. The conceptual presentation for the incentives request is on the agenda later. So this is just the PDP and rezoning.
Gotcha. Okay. That's it for me then. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for staff or applicant? I'll ask a couple questions. On the the roads, both, I guess, Pryor and 150. I see on the conceptual, or on the PDP, I see is it a right in, right out on 150?
Correct.
Is there a turn lane on 150 for that, or what is?
Yes.
Point to that on there so I can see it.
It's kind of right here on the top. It's kind of right at the edge. Sir.
So right in, right out. Okay. Then the modification for the unimproved road, is that in reference to Pryor? Is that why staff has added that?
Yes, it actually would be both, for both, yes, Pryor, sorry.
Okay, so there will be upgrades to Pryor south of 150 alongside this development?
Correct.
Yep. And did you talk about the parking? Do you have a slide on parking, Mr. McGuire?
Look like I have a slide in here.
I mean, obviously it parks, they've got a lot of garages, which is, but, sea of concrete as far as that goes. I just want to make sure that enough parking.
Yeah, they are fully parked in accordance with UDO standards.
Yep. And then on 150 Highway, as far as the landscaping there, just a rendering, so it just looks like a lot of landscape at the right in, right out. We just need the developer, the applicant, to say that they're going to make sure that they're going to be safe coming out of there, right in, right in.
So this is the landscaping plan. You can see as landscaped in accordance with the UDO. So the site distance triangle are observed, and you have plenty of site beyond.
All right, other questions from other council members? Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson.
Josh Johnson, Director of Development Services. Hey, I don't want to hammer this into the ground, but I want to go through the parking real quick with you. They're proposing 550 parking spaces, 470 are required.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor or in opposition to the application? Please come forward. Any additional questions from the council? All right, does the applicant care to make any further comment? All right, thank you. Hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there any council discussion on this application? We are outside of the public hearing, so Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a great project. I'm always excited to see more commercial and development and mixed-use development in the south part of our city. I know that's, they're always looking for more opportunities, more businesses to frequent down there, so I think that'll be great.
Thank you. All right. I like the elevations. I like the depth and such that you've given to the buildings. Also the changing of colors. It's a nice look as far as the elevations go. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I think I know so many people request restaurants in the south side of Lee Summit, so I think this is a good opportunity to possibly finally get the restaurants that so many people have been desiring. So thank you.
Thank you. Make that happen, Mr. Tapp. Very good. Seeing no further comments, Councilmember DeMoro, would you please read Bill number 23-197?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to advance to second reading Bill number 23-197, an ordinance approving rezoning from District CP2 and RP3 to District PMIX and RP4, and a preliminary development plan for Pryor Mixed Use on approximately 18.16 acres of land located at 1805 Southwest M150 Highway and 1905 Southwest M150 Highway, all in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 33, Unified Development Ordinance of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion to move to second reading, Bill number 23-197 by Councilmember DeMoro, seconded by Councilmember Edson. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It passes 7-0 with one recusal. Well, next on the agenda, we have public comments. Yes. Okay. Cox, you want to come forward, sir?
Good evening. My name is Brad Cox. My wife and I own and operate several businesses here in Lee Summit for a little over 25 years. Currently, we have one business that's 90 years old, one that's over 60 years old, and one that's over 50 years old. So collectively, we've got over 200 years of continual business operation in Lee Summit. That's a lot of payroll. That's a lot of employees over the years. It's a lot of investment, generations worth of reinvestment. Our stake in the ground here is as deep as anybody's and older than everybody's at this point. Several years ago, I chaired the EDC here, and we experienced a situation that's somewhat similar to what you're dealing with today. And we had to relieve our paid professional, hire a new one. We had to re-examine the value proposition of the organization, looked at our investment structure, visited our bylaws, made some revisions, got back to the business, actually at the end of the day increased our membership, and we're back in the business of doing what we were there to do in less time than it has taken this process to seemingly accomplish not much, except degenerate into some kind of personal argument between a few people. Collaboration, no matter how much you say it, is about bringing people together and accomplishing things. We're farther apart today on this issue than we were a year and a half ago. That's a year and a half. The ED community is passing us by. We need to get back to really collaborating, quit talking about it, and start implementing that and get some things accomplished here. The EDC in Lee Summit has a 40-year history of accomplishment and strong contribution to this community. Many things we enjoy here today would not be if it were not for the involvement of the EDC. That foundation is deep and it's strong and it's plenty to build upon. More importantly than whatever is built on that foundation or not is the connection that foundation puts out to the private sector. And don't forget, the private sector is where the jobs come from, folks. That's where the investment is made. That's where the generation of investment is reinvested. That's where those stakes, whether they're 2 years or they're 200 years, get driven in the ground. And that foundation is not something to throw out because of personal disagreements. That foundation is something you can use, you can build on it, and you can compound on the success that's already been there. And you can get back to the business at hand and get back in the ED game instead of in a pushing match. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments? We are on presentations. We just did the presentation. We just did the PDP for Griffin Riley at 150 and Pryor, and now this is a conceptual incentive request. Councilmember Lovell?
Mayor, I'll be recusing myself for this as well.
Yep. Bushek?
Yes, David Bushek, Chief Counsel of Economic Development and Planning. This is the conceptual presentation for the project that you just heard the zoning application on. The applicant will be presenting first, and then I will talk second.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilor Kurt Peterson with Polsinelli here on behalf of the applicant. Nice to see you all tonight. In terms of an overview, it's what you've come to expect. Look a bit at the site, a bit at the project, but Mr. Tapp stole the thunder tonight, giving us a nice, really good presentation, I thought, on that. So I'll really focus my time on the Ignite targeted outcomes that we're pursuing here with this particular project, then the proposed incentive structure for you to consider tonight, and then finally the value proposition or economic impact that the city should expect with this project should ultimately this package be supported. So I usually talk a lot about the developer. I didn't even put a slide in. Matt touched on who Griffin Riley is and the impact they've had so far in Lee Summit. I think all of you have experienced probably even personally. So I'm really proud to be representing a homegrown developer here that's proven that they're all about quality and staying power and frankly reinvestment in the city. With respect to the site, we are here at the southeast corner of 150 and Pryor, as Matt said, approximately 21 acres. The project is a mixed-use project, as you saw. I'm not going to go into any detail, as I said, but just kind of noting for the record that we just did that. I will say this, I hope that as Matt presented and showed the flyover and the various slides and went into the details, that you did take great note that this is super high quality, it's mixed use, and I'll just say that, I mean, 40,000 square feet, right? A lot of developers lately in the metro, some of which I get a chance to work with, which I appreciate, but try to do something mixed use, and it's a quarter of that amount of commercial. That's significant, almost 40,000 square foot of commercial space along with the luxury multifamily. I would say this is what most communities in the area are asking for, especially at prominent intersections like this in the southern corridor, and most don't get it, frankly, because it's hard, it's expensive, and there's more risk associated with this in this day and age. So having that much mixed use at the hard corner, I think you'll probably agree is a really good look. It's a good gateway, right, coming into that whole southern corridor, and it's high quality. So the two other notables before moving on to the next topic, at least from my perspective, that stand out with this project. I really like the central park feature, as you can see on the screen here, and that sort of northern quadrant of the project, and the way that brings community together and activity. It's really what I think a lot of residents are looking for these days. Not all projects have that. It's expensive to set aside that kind of space. The other item of several that stood out to me was that whole southern side. I mean, you could see it in the renderings. Not all developers spend the money to put that in front of you, so you can not just have it in your mind's eye, but actually see it. And I would just say, having that southern building oriented, the L-shaped building oriented to back to the woods there, to the pond, to the, again, native trees, the dog park, the playground, it's something special. I think it's something that we'll all be proud of. So moving on, as I said I would, to targeted outcomes. We try to always pause and note this, not belabor it, but note it because the council and the city spend a lot of time on Ignite and has asked the development community to take note when putting projects together. This is what we find important and compelling. So going very quickly through, you can read for yourself on the slide, but going through the high points. There were others, but these are the ones we were going to highlight. One is trying to provide more connectivity to parks and recreational amenities. We have Osage Park there to the south. While our project can't get pedestrians all the way there, we are providing on the east side of Pryor, the start at least, to connectivity to that park. Also, having a diversity of residents and housing options. So if we zoomed out and took the time right now, most of you just know this intuitively, knowing the area, you'll find a lot of single-family homes, which are important. I mean, we've all talked about this. We need more single-family homes. We don't have enough. There's a lot there. We have Napa Valley, we have Stony Creek, and others, to name a few. And we have some denser residential products. We have two-story larger apartment homes just to the east there at Manor Homes at Arbor Walk on the north side of 150. And then we have for sale sort of townhome duplex just on the west side of this intersection, the southwest quadrant. But other than Echelon, which we mentioned, over to the east, we don't have a lot of apartments in here, funny enough, right? We don't have that. So this is going back to diversity of residents and housing options. This is helping meet that Ignite principle. And just one other to highlight, and this is the idea of fostering continued growth in a changing environment. So as we'll discuss momentarily, providing smaller, high-quality apartment units is something that I know from experience very recently that most of this council finds very compelling. And aside from the social benefits that providing this type of housing brings, we could do a laundry list, but bringing our young adult children home, right? Finding something that's high quality, that's smaller and thus more attainable. Young professionals, et cetera. But beyond that, I call those social benefits, right? There's real benefits. There's economic benefits. They're substantial, and we'll address those in just a minute. But overall, this Ignite principle of continued growth in a changing environment This type of housing will breed economic growth, as discussed by Ignite. As I turn the page to focus more on the proposed incentives, which is really the heart of a conceptual presentation to the council, I wanted to highlight just two more background items that I felt like were especially important to note. One is the topic of affordability. So the council did, as I mentioned, and this has not been long ago, and I know it still is on your brain, that considered two multifamily projects on the more north relative to here, more north side of the city, that focus on delivering high quality multifamily residences at a lower cost by making them smaller and more attainable. Griffin Riley, who has close connections with, it's a small town, right, with our friends there doing that projects, and has carefully watched that process over the months as that came together. Griffin Riley believes in that approach. In fact, Griffin Riley has designed this project to strategically cut square footage even more, not in a ridiculous way, but even more, picking up some more attainability without compromising the high quality living experience. So just to give you a quick visual on that, so in numeric, you can kind of run your eyes down. The top project is what we're calling this project, Pryor Mixed Use. You can see the average square footage of the 253 units is 828 square feet. You can see how that compares to those excellent projects that you just gave favorable consideration to that are in green there. We're at 885, so 50 to 60 more square feet per unit, similar. And you can see off to the far right, even there, you're talking more than $1,000 a year that residents can save just in this additional 50 to 60 square feet in reduced size. I highlighted the yellow because that's our corridor. Those are both really good projects, by the way. This goes back to needing mixed residential. Residences at Echelon, which is near and dear to Griffin Riley's heart, you can see 978 feet, and then Manor Homes of Arbor Walk, which are the larger two-story product just to the east, is much larger. And on average, that's 1178 square feet. So in short, there are some really good products in the corridor, but when it comes to delivering some smaller, high-quality, more attainable units, we just don't have it. And not only does this, I would call this, kind of becomes a 2.0 compared to what we looked at a few weeks ago in those excellent projects in green. It's 2.0 not only because it's even more attainable, but it adds the mixed use component, which I said a minute ago is so sought after by so many cities and just hard to deliver from a cost and risk standpoint. I said two items to quickly highlight. The one other one has to do with public infrastructure cost. So you can see a graphic on the screen, and you can, again, for yourself, look at the details. There's a number of public infrastructure costs for this project, I would say above average. The project will have to carry substantial cost in the public infrastructure department. This graphic that you do see on the screen lists out what's approximately $2 million in public infrastructure improvements, which highlight 150 improvements. The mayor was bringing up one and questioning. Pryor Road improvements, particularly the widening there, which is needed south of the intersection with 150. And then that Collector Street, Osage Drive, that someday, that's the east-west street that you can see in orange in the middle of the screen. That's a public street that someday will feed more development to the east and really will help that happen. That's all good, but it comes at a price. That's a very significant cost, and it's not an environment where it's easy to build to begin with, right? All these costs come at a time when we have high interest rates and high costs, and you've heard it a million times, but it happens to be true. It just makes a project that much harder to pull off. So those are two background principles as we shift now to the specific public-private partnership that's put forth tonight for your consideration, your questions, and deliberation. So there'll be two incentive tools to make this project a reality. The first is Chapter 100, which you're accustomed to for this type of project, but the second is a community improvement district. I'm going to do those one at a time. So with the Chapter 100, there are two benefits that you know all about. There's the fixed payments in lieu of taxes or pilots, and there's the sales tax exemption on construction when you're building the development. So what you can see on the screen is our way to address the idea of the pilots. The request is a fixed pilot. It's for the first year pilot to be $1,600 a unit plus 3% biannual increase, which has been the custom with projects in recent times. So as you can see on the screen, this was derived, it's kind of small font, but if you follow along the math, this was derived in the same way that these two recent projects that went through with the same exact approach of smaller and more attainable projects, more affordable, except these units are actually 6.5% smaller than that. So if you ran that math at UC, you would actually formulaically end up at something less than $1,500 a unit. But frankly, Griffin Riley, that's not necessary. $1,600 is perfectly satisfactory for the economics, and thus that is the request before you tonight for our discussion tonight is $1,600 a unit. Now, I'm going to spare you the passionate pound the podium speech about the uncertainty with property taxes. I frankly have had this conversation one-on-one and with the group and sat in many proceedings in the last, 3 or 4 months where I know this city is more than aware. I know the lawyers are for the city are more than aware of the issues there, so I will spare it, but I'll just say, underline, it's serious. It massively impacts a project of this size, scope. It changes everything, right, when you have that sort of uncertainty. So a fixed pilot like this truly makes a project like this happen. The second benefit for Chapter 100 is sales tax exemption on construction materials. The chart in front of you kind of lays out the typical format for you to analyze the numbers for that. So 75% approximately of the benefit here does not come from the city, as you know. As we've talked about over the last number of months, it's not really financially beneficial to start cutting your unit size when you're building really nice apartments like this. Remember, we've had the discussions about when you kind of add a bigger living room and things like that, you get the same additional rent per square foot, but it's not the cost of a kitchen. It's not the cost of a bathroom. You make more money. It's harder to make them smaller and more attainable. This helps offset those costs. So the sales tax exemption also, in addition to that, in this particular case, given the big public infrastructure costs, it does help towards those costs as well. I did say there's one other proposed incentive component here, and that's a community improvement district. It's very tailored. It's only focused on the 40,000 feet of commercial. So what it does is it would levy an additional 1% sales tax for just anybody spending money on those products that are taxable in Missouri. And we would take those dollars, and as you can see on the screen, that's a sources and uses. And it shows that with the overall budget of approximately $65 million for this mixed-use project, it would help, if you look across here, see that there's, again, approximately $2 million of public infrastructure costs, and you can see how the CID over time would hopefully reimburse about $1.5 million with interest through that community improvement district sales tax. I said hopefully for a reason, kind of emphasize that. Very clear here, this is not a handout. This is something where Griffin Riley will have all these additional costs up front, equity, loan, personal guarantees on debt. And then over time, if they bring the retail that has a bunch of sales at this hard corner, and if it meets the projections in the pro forma, then they will have the opportunity to get up to that amount of their public infrastructure reimbursed. So it's a really good tool. It makes a developer put their money where their mouth is and perform to have a chance to even get the help, this sort of help with these public infrastructure costs. So finally, I want to end up, which is my favorite part always, which is the impact on the city and its citizens, and just figuring out, does this make sense? Does this make sense to make a project like this happen through Chapter 100, and in this case, CID? So at the end of the day, the numbers are pretty distinct here. You can see at the bottom of the screen, the current property taxes off this ground is $1,699. It's not missing any zeros, just $1,699. During the 10-year pilot period, so forget after that, just during this 10-year period with Chapter 100, taxes would be approximately $5.5 million. This doesn't count the city sales tax that will be generated by the 40,000 square feet of commercial. So significant financial return through this public-private partnership and making it happen. One other slide, again, I'm not going to go through all these details. This is based on, if you've ever looked at the National Association of Home Builders data that they keep a lot of data, and you can pull from that and estimate based on the cost of your construction and the type of construction what sort of impact it'll have. I'll just do a couple high-level numbers here. So just based on construction, we're talking about 407 local jobs as a project implication. And then also looking at the total economic impact, they have a formula about ripples and spending, as people make more money. Look at the numbers. They're huge on the screen. If you go down to the bottom of the slide, you can see that going forward after construction, you have the same sort of impact through all those jobs from the commercial, the 40,000 feet of commercial, the spending that happens, and we've talked about this together, this council, many a time. When you bring the kind of users in that are young and have disposable income, or the lock and leave, they just have a lot of money to spend, and they spend it with the commercial that's around them, which is in the city. So it has economic impacts that are quite substantial. So with that, we would just ask kind of, these are in the weeds comments, but closing with some big picture comments. Strategically using, in this case, CID in Chapter 100 can have a massive impact on making a project happen that wouldn't otherwise happen, and overcoming barriers like wildly unpredictable property taxes, very high public improvement costs that are important but just are hard to make work, and the cost of delivering high quality but smaller, more attainable residential units. These are all barriers to a project coming to life like this, and the public-private tools that have been proposed can help overcome those barriers. Hope you see that this has both a social impact and also a very compelling financial impact, return, if you will, for the city and its citizens. So tonight we'd ask for your informal feedback so that we know whether we can spend even more substantial time and money to pursue the final approvals for this project and make this something you can be proud of at the corner of Pryor and 150. And like usual, after Mr. Bushek talks, I'd love to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, sir. Bushek.
David Bushek, Chief Counsel of Economic Development and Planning. I'll start with this visual, which I think will help explain the difference between the two incentives that they're requesting. This is the same site plan that you've already seen, but I colored it, key up here, residential in red, buildings 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then commercial in green. So you've got the two standalone commercial lots, and then this is their building number 4, and it includes commercial on the first floor and some configuration. I'm not sure if it encompasses the entirety of the first floor, but this is sort of representative of wherever the commercial is located. And this will be helpful when we talk about the incentives. So this is the analysis that I typically provide to you, and we start at the top with a timeline approach. During the construction period, they're requesting the sales and use tax exemption on construction materials, and that applies to the 4 residential buildings and the commercial on the first floor of building number 4 that I just showed you. So those 4 buildings would be built with the sales tax exemption request under Chapter 100. And then the second component, during years 1 through 10, they're requesting a fixed pilots just on the residential. So that's the buildings 1 through 3 and only the residential on building 4, not including the commercial. And I'll pause there and note that the developer's initial request included some sort of fixed pilot on the commercial on the first floor of building 4. And our response to that as city staff was we really would not like to start setting the precedent for that. We've never done anything like that before. We've never used the sales tax exemption on any commercial components of a project, coupled with that commercial development will generate the CID sales tax revenue, so that would be sort of doubling up on that commercial as far as the incentive request goes. So the developer withdrew that component of their initial request, and the fixed pilot will only apply to the residential units. And then my calculation, based on the formula that we've discussed many times, is the county's valuation of this property would result in taxes that are $2,427 per unit. They're requesting the $1,600 pilot, so that's the equivalent of a 34% property tax abatement through this structure. Now, this is the point where we could diverge into a debate on what would the numbers really be after the property owner appeals their taxes. And ironically, it was the first Griffin Riley project that's under construction now at the Blackwell interchange that we first had that debate. That conceptual presentation from the same applicant took 3 rounds in front of you at the conceptual stage. So that's where we really hashed that issue out, and we've advanced our discussion of that quite a bit since then. And then the CID would last for 27 years at 1%. So then the second portion of this page shows that nominal taxes are being produced today. And I'll note that I think the number that Mr. Peterson showed for taxes today was actually the assessed value at $16.99. The actual taxes today are much lower than that. It's only $137. And then these are the pilots that would be produced during the first year, and then the pilots over 10 years, so a substantial increase based on that fixed pilot structure. The value of the incentive request to the developer, Total project cost of about $64,500,000. So you see the breakdown here. The sales and use tax exemption is about 1.8% of project costs. The real property tax abatement, 2.3%. And then the value of the CID, sales tax revenue stream over 27 years, the net present value, 2.4% of project costs. So the total value of the incentive package to developer as compared to total project costs, 6.5%, which is at the lower end of what we've seen for incentive requests that the council has approved in the past. And then the bottom is the calculation of the impact to the city from the real property tax abatement and the sales and use tax exemption that they're requesting. So this is our one-page simple summary of what they're requesting, so there's no confusion. Two components to the Chapter 100 request. Sales and use tax exemption at 100%, which has this benefit to the developer, and then the fixed pilot structure, which has, by my calculation, an abatement component. That's this benefit to the developer. And then the CID, separate CID sales tax applying only to the retail sales. That's the benefit to the developer. So this quantifies the three components of their incentive request. This is a table that you have seen several times now. And just to summarize, and I won't walk through the entire thing, the entire table, this is all of the Chapter 100 projects that the City Council has approved in the past. And to get to the point of this table, this is the actual taxes per unit that would be generated by these projects if they were on the tax rolls based on the county's valuation of the projects. So this bolsters the idea that the request that they're making at $1,600 per unit does actually result in an abatement request based on historical county data that we've seen for our Chapter 100 projects. And then the table down here, this includes all of the incentivized apartment projects, so any of the Chapter 100 projects and including one TIF project here. And then you'll see all the other projects which have been approved by you, but have not, construction has not started yet. So this is the recent array of projects, and you'll see that the pilots are, for the previous Griffin Riley project that the council approved, which closed about a month ago, $1,400 per unit. Then we had a couple projects at $1,800 per unit, and then we're back at $1,600 per unit based on the justification that was discussed by the applicant, which is smaller unit size as compared to some of these other apartments which have larger unit size. So that's a summary of the developer's request in comparison to the other projects that the council has approved in the past. That concludes my summary, and I'd be happy to answer questions or listen to your discussion.
Thank you. This is a presentation. It's conceptual, so just open it up for questions from council or discussion. Member Shields.
Okay. So the applicant showed public infrastructure costs of about $2 million or so. Does that number kind of match what staff would expect based on the conceptual framework so far?
Yes, I think those numbers are probably reasonable.
And then could you go back to the slide that shows the total cost to the city of those different abatements? So it's that $667,000 about?
Correct.
Okay. You know, I think this is, it's a good project, as we already discussed in the PDP presentation. And I think this is a really good value proposition to the city when you look at the amount of public infrastructure that's going to be installed, that's going to activate other potential areas of future development, building new public roads and everything. I think it makes a lot of sense, and that the amount of infrastructure that's being put in, you know, is far greater than the actual cost of these abatements to the city. And especially since right now the property is producing virtually no tax revenue, that it's going, even with the pilots, we're going to be seeing a lot more revenue for the city. So it just feels like a win-win to me. I think this is a good project.
Thank you. Mayor Protem Lopez.
Thanks, Mayor. So kind of along the same lines, I think this is a quality, as we already talked about this in the previous presentation. It's a quality project. I think it's product that the south part of the city needs, higher end. I guess I do have a couple questions for the developer. As it relates to the public improvements, I know you referenced a couple projects that we recently approved on the north side of town, the smaller units, more affordable. that being the case, as you explained in this, on this project, will this have an EV component also?
We haven't spent any time on that, so that one really emphasized that. So if this did have any EV, there's no plans to have that. It was a special sort of
Correct.
enhanced EV. So
Right, and I get that.
Yeah.
These improvements are, they are what they are. It's a different set of property, and I get that. I was just curious. And then as far as the commercial, I know I didn't ask this early on, but what type of commercial are we talking, like retail, office?
we spent a lot of time talking about that because I'm always a nerd on these things and interested. What's the market telling us right now in that corridor and that spot? So honestly, it's unclear. Someone mentioned, we hear this all the time, sit down restaurants, some of the nicer QSR restaurants. That's all in play. That's possible. Could it be a multi-tenant retail? Could be. Single user. Those two pads really are big enough to accommodate most of what you can think of, and so that was intentional. And I mean, you all know this now. You don't make the tenants come. They are attracted to what your development looks like, the location, the access, the rooftops nearby, and a lot of what I just said, this has. So we're pretty bullish on it, but we don't. It's too early to actually get tenants at this point.
Sure.
But your mind should be open because our mind is open. I mean,
Sure.
just about anything could go there.
Okay. That's valid. Appreciate the response. And as one of my colleagues stated earlier, I think that part of town definitely is, no pun intended, hungry for higher-end restaurants and nice restaurant amenities. And then as far as timing, will this be phased in?
So
Different components?
So everything but the two commercial pads. So think of those as separate in your mind because they're user driven. But the rest of it will be one construction phase. And we also were talking about this today. It's interesting how different projects are a little harder construction-wise. This could be, think of in your mind on it, think 2 years, but frankly, it could be a little bit longer than that, the total construction cycle. And yeah, so it'll take a bit of time.
All right, appreciate that. And then, just Mayor, I mean, kind of echoing Councilmember Shields' comments, I think the value proposition on this one, that's the whole purpose of going through this conceptual discussion. I think these numbers fall within the areas of recent projects, and the scope is something, again, that's needed in that area. And I think, in general, I think I'd be in favor of supporting something like this. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Other council members? Thumbs ups. I got a thumbs up over there. Over here on my left. Are you generally okay? All right. Generally, you got 1, 5. You got 6 thumbs up on the conceptual as far as bring it forward more formally. Final decision. Is that fair, Mr. Peterson? Johnny? Mr. Bushek? Okay. Very good. Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to take a recess at this time. So we'll come back in 15 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Going to bring this meeting back to order. We are on presentations, our second presentation this evening. And this is a conceptual presentation, Lee Summit Parks Impact Fee Ordinance. Mr. Joe Snook, Parks and Recreation Administrator, and David Bushek will be presenting, but Mr. Snook, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for having us this evening, and looking forward to the presentation. Joe Snook, Administrator of the Parks and Recreation Department. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize three of my bosses in the crowd. Joining us this evening, Lawrence Bivens, President of the Park Board, Mindy Allenbach, past President of the Park Board, and John Ellis, Park Board member. So thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
So why are we here? Well, I thought about that a lot as I was preparing for this presentation. Really it comes down to me, it comes down to vision, it comes down to our community. We have a Parks and Recreation master plan. The city has a comprehensive plan. The city has a strategic plan, but all those plans were created with input from our community. And I'll speak specifically to the Ignite strategic plan. Our community said it was important for cultural and recreational amenities in our community, right? That's a success factor that they identified. And there were three objectives of that, and two of them I put on my slide tonight. Identify funding opportunities to support amenities and implement the current strategic plan, the Ignite strategic plan, and prioritize cultural and recreational space needs. As the administrator, I'm biased, and I'm proudly biased. I think we have a great park system, and I think it's critical to our community to make sure that we maintain that high level of service of parks and facilities into the future. We have an existing sales tax in place, but we know that sales tax will not be enough to maintain the level of service as we move into the future. Our sales tax does expire in 2033. So that particular funding mechanism is not guaranteed beyond that point. So we need to make sure we are looking at options and opportunities to help with the future development. I think we all would agree, we anticipate there will be a lot of development in the future, especially with the addition of the PRI properties. So that's why we're here. Lee Summit has a vibrant and strong park system. Parks are critical infrastructure. I can illustrate this two ways. One, in 2020, we experienced a pandemic. And I can tell you as the Parks Administrator, our parks were packed. There were not a lot of options for people to go out and get physical exercise, get mental stress relief, or even play. But parks provided that opportunity. And I think that happened across the country. And you know what people, I think, across the country realize? Parks are pretty doggone important, aren't they? That is important in infrastructure. Second way I could illustrate it actually happened tonight as I was out to your guys' groundbreaking for this beautiful facility you're going to build across the street, the Market Street Plaza, and the mayor's making comments and your consultants are commenting, and I could look at it and I go, what is this? It's a park. The amenities you guys are putting out there that's critical to the downtown are really park features. It's a community park, and I'm excited for it. But that illustrates parks are critical infrastructure. Our community is, through different surveys, in the last one, 88% of our community is satisfied with the parks, programs, and facilities. They speak with their wallets. When we renewed the last sales tax, 80% of our voters approved that. We've been recognized as a gold medal winner in 2010, and probably to me, why are we a vibrant parks department? Because we've been accredited for over 20 years. Now put that in perspective, there are over 10,000 agencies, parks and rec agencies in the United States. There are about 207 that are accredited. We are one of those. That's the top 2% in the United States. And we've been doing this for 20 years. That says we implement the best practices of our profession. And I think that's what helped make us a great park system. Our Legacy for Tomorrow master plan, we have several established goals, but three that I think are worth mentioning include having a park within a half mile of every resident. We know if people have a park within a half mile, they're more apt to use it, and they're going to be healthier. Our goal is to have 10 acres of neighborhood park per 1,000 people in our community and 10 acres of community park per 1,000. Where are we today? Well, right now, about just a little over 70% of our population live within that 10-minute walk, which is about a half mile. We currently have 1,250 acres of park land, which gives us a level of service of about 12.5 acres per 1,000 people. Now, if you look at what our established goal is of 10 acres, we're about 80% of what our established goal is today, okay? The Ignite Comprehensive Plan provided some projections for our community through 2040. One of those was population. Projection of 140,000 people in our community by 2040. If that was to happen, for us to maintain our current level of service of 12.5 acres per 1,000, we'd need to acquire approximately 500 acres of additional land for park purposes. If we were going to accomplish the stated goal of 10 acres per 1,000, we'd need to probably acquire approximately 650 acres. So somewhere between that 500 and 650 acres is what we're going to be striving for to maintain the same level of service or get us to that goal. And I think we would all agree and recognize that the cost of land and the cost of development is going to continue to rise. This slide, we took a quick look at what would it cost today for us to develop a 15-acre park. And to put in perspective, if you're familiar with Pleasantly Park, that's 16 acres. Be a neighborhood park like Pleasantly Park. Assuming a land cost of $34,000 an acre, which is probably on the low side, that's undeveloped, probably agriculture in nature, we estimate to build a neighborhood park is about $2 million. A lot of work has been done to get us here to this point this evening. It started in the fall of 21 when we started working on our master plan. Over the course of a year, or almost a year, we got a lot of community input from focus groups, surveys, park board, stakeholders in our community, whether it's YSAs, the school district, the community college. We invited everybody to the table. We developed a whole nother set of priorities, but one priority I'll mention is priority 8.2, which says implement an impact fee or land dedication ordinance to ensure open space with the increased development as an established goal in our master plan. About this time last year, the Parks Department and City Council had our first joint meeting, and in that meeting we did briefly discuss a park impact fee and or land dedication ordinance. Over the past year, the Parks Board has been looking at those two options. A lot of research and analysis has gone into this, research by staff, as well as the city's legal department. The Park Board voted unanimously to move forward with a park impact fee, and so that's where it has brought us to this evening. So what is a park impact fee? Well, basically, it's a fee, an exaction that's be assessed to builders or developers who are responsible for creating the demand of the new park facilities. You know, as parks are infrastructure, the city implemented an excise tax and water tap fee to help with their infrastructure needs in the late 90s. The wisdom to have a diversified revenue stream to help with those infrastructure needs is something we're taking a page out of, right, as we come to you guys tonight to kind of talk about a park impact fee. Impact fees were originally developed to help local communities protect the health, the safety, and welfare of communities. I think the needs of a park fall well within that scope. Park impact fees are typically calculated on a dwelling unit basis, a per square foot basis, and can be applied to residential, commercial, and or industrial, or a combination of the three. Typically, a park impact fee, it's an upfront charge, typically due at the time of the building permit. Within our region, fast-growing communities of Lenexa, Olathe, and Gardner have park impact fees. In fact, they've had their park in fees, I think, at least a dozen years, maybe more. So they've had park impact fees for quite some time. Park impact fees are limited to capital improvements. That would include land purchase and park development. They need to be used within a predetermined service area, so fees that are being collected are going to be spent in those areas where it's collected, so you wouldn't collect fees for development in the south part of our community and then spend that money in the north part of our community. So we would have service areas developed to help keep that money in where it needs to be spent. And then fees are predictable and simple to calculate. I'm going to turn over to Mr. Bushek for a minute, and he's going to give you some legal perspective.
David Bushek, Chief Counsel of Economic Development and Planning. So Mr. Snook's first slide was why are we here? And I'll start with why am I here? Why am I talking with you about this? You've never known me to work on parks projects. When I heard that the Parks Department was working on an impact fee ordinance and other types of exactions, I went to them and said, you know, it turns out I wrote a book on that. And he said, you wrote a book on this topic? And I said, yeah, I actually did. I wrote a book on this topic. So I'm going to show you my book. This is the one time I'll get to do this with the City Council. It's titled Exactions, Impact Fees and Dedications, Shaping Land Use Development and Funding Infrastructure in the Dolan Era, Robert H. Freilich and David W. Bushek, editors. It's 404 pages of cliffhanging excitement.
We're not surprised.
This is a topic that I worked extensively on in the first and second jobs that I had before I came in-house with the city. So my role with this is to provide issue identification, provide legal guidance, and make sure we're drafting the best, most legally defensible impact fee ordinance we can if we move forward with this. And I'll give you a very brief summary of the legal analysis behind this, and then I'll walk through a few of the key issues which you'll probably end up asking about or at least thinking about. So the legal analysis goes like this. What's our legal authority to impose an impact fee since no city in Missouri has done this before? And the answer is, the basic answer is Lee Summit's a home rule city. And what that means is Lee Summit as a home rule city, because we have a charter, means that we can pass any ordinance that any class of city could pass in Missouri, any power that the Missouri legislature could bestow upon any class of city, Lee Summit has that power. So the analysis is, first, we look to the state statutes, and is there impact fee enabling legislation? The answer is no. Enabling legislation would be a package of laws that tells the city, here's how you can adopt an impact fee, and here's how you do it, here's the procedures, here's the legal requirements. There's a number of states that have impact fee enabling legislation, and I was just looking through the book. So this was published in 1995. At that time, there were 20 states that had impact fee enabling legislation. I'm sure there's more now, but I know it's not all the states, obviously. So Missouri does not have impact fee enabling legislation, but it could, and that means Lee Summit could. We can pass an impact fee ordinance. And so then the question is, how do you make it legal? What sort of requirements do we have to follow? And that's where I think my prior work will come in pretty handy. One of the things that I did when I worked on this book, and I actually worked on impact fee ordinances in a number of cities, none in Missouri, some in Kansas, some in Florida, some, I can't remember some of the other states, but there were many states throughout the country at the first firm that I worked on these impact fee ordinances. And I developed a checklist of legal issues. It still applies today. I've done enough follow-up research over the last several months to know that this is still a good list that we need to follow. I won't go through all of them, but the checklist, just to give you an understanding of the complexity that can go into this, the legal issues are the needs, benefits, following a capital facilities plan, taking into account existing deficiencies, earmarking, credits, developing service areas. So we have proximity of the improvements to the fee payers, the timing, no double charging for parks, following good engineering standards, the time price differential of fees paid at different times, which is important to update the fees on a regular basis, dealing with extraordinary costs, and then not dealing with hypothetical scenarios, dealing only with real scenarios. Those are some of each one of those buzz phrases has its own legal analysis, and I can talk with you about those if you'd like, but I'll keep things at a high level. So those are the things that we need to incorporate into the impact fee ordinance if we decide to move forward. So the next thing that I'll comment on is a comparison of the potential impact fee ordinance for parks with the city's excise tax ordinance. The excise tax ordinance is technically a tax imposed upon building contractors at the time a building permit is pulled. That was passed in March. It's actually St. Patrick's Day in 1998. I did a lot of work on that with the city, being the original author of that ordinance, but there was a lot of other people involved too. There's a very critical distinction between the excise tax and the impact fees, and I think this will help your understanding of what we're talking about. At the time that the city was evaluating this, what became the excise tax, the question was, do we want to fashion it as an impact fee or an excise tax? If it's an impact fee, then we would have need to draw on service areas. So if it was a fee, there's a connection, a geographic connection between the fee payer, the geographic location of the fee payer, and where the fees are spent. And we would have need to draw on service areas throughout the city to establish that connection if it was a fee. The city very intentionally made the decision to structure it as a tax and impose it as a tax. So there was a public vote. That vote passed, and structuring it as a tax meant that we can spend those revenues anywhere in the city. So if a tax is collected in the north part of the city, we can spend it on roads in the south part of the city. That's why it was structured as a tax and not an impact fee. And that's a critical distinction between what could have been an impact fee, which became the excise tax, and the impact fees that we're talking about now. So one of the key components of a valid impact fee ordinance is drawing those service areas to establish the connection between where the fee payer is located and the benefit they receive, which is a park in close proximity to where their property is located. That's an important component, and that's a critical distinction between what might be our impact fee ordinance for parks and the excise tax that was passed many years ago. One other thing that I'll note, as I was talking with Joe and his team about the excise tax ordinance, I recall that when that was being discussed and deliberated back in 97, I guess, leading up to its passage in 98, there were a lot of comments by developers that this will kill development in Lee Summit. So there's a number of issues that we will need to evaluate to draft an impact fee ordinance, and the checklist that I gave you are a lot of those issues. There's naturally then a lot of questions that you would start to have at this point. What's the amount of the fee? What are those geographic areas? What are the service areas? How do you account for collecting the fees and making sure they're paid within the appropriate service areas? How long do we have to spend it? What are the time limits? When is it paid? When is it collected in the development process? Are there appeals? How should it be appealed? Is there an annual review? The answer is yes, there should be an annual review to make sure that the fee payers later in time don't receive a windfall as compared to the earlier payers, taking into account inflation. Are there credits? Should there be credits? And what should those credits be? So there's a lot of questions to ask. We've already started to evaluate some of those issues. I've been to two Parks Board meetings where we talked about these issues. They asked a lot of pretty detailed questions. There were a handful of very specific questions that I answered for them before they made their final decision to move this forward to you for your consideration. So that's a summary of the legal issues. And like I said, for each one of those items that I ticked off, it's got its own legal analysis, but my role will be making sure that it's legal and defensible, and we tackle all these issues if you decide to move forward with this.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, right? And as we were working on this over the year, and then we, by chance, have a conversation, and I find out we've got a resident expert on impact fees. How fortunate are we, right? And I've had a lot of good conversations with Mr. Bushek, as has the park board, and I've learned a lot, and it's been very good. So sometimes it's just better to be lucky than good at times, and so we're very fortunate. So next steps. As we see it. So if this is something that the city council feels is worth pursuing, the next step would be for park staff to work with legal, maybe development services to start drafting an ordinance. Right? Mr. Bushek listed several of the items that are on this list here, but what are the things that we need to identify and then answer those and make sure that they're addressed in the ordinance. From a timing standpoint, we would get to work on this immediately. The next park board meeting is in December, so our intent would be to bring a draft ordinance to the park board for their review and their input. Based upon their input, we would make adjustments to that ordinance, and then we would propose bringing that before the CEDC in January as part of a public hearing. And then based upon the input from there, if there's any additional work that needs to be done, we can work on that and then bring it before the city council in early February for a second public hearing. Optimistically, the first ordinance reading, and then hopefully wrap this up by mid-February. That, I think we have concluded our presentation, and we would love to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll start off with Councilmember DeMoro.
Thank you, Mayor. Joe, I do agree. We do have great parks, and thanks for the park board and all the staff that have a hand in creating and maintaining our parks. But I do have some questions, and I do appreciate that the park board asked a lot of questions of Mr. Bushak. Were there any conversations with developers and homeowners, since the impact fee would impact them almost exclusively?
So we've not had any formal discussions with developers at this point. That'd be a step that we probably want to have a few conversations as we work on this ordinance as we move to December.
What about the comparator cities? I realize there's not an impact fee in Missouri in any cities, but the cities that you mentioned in the state of Kansas, do they also have, the ones that have impact fees, do they also have a parks tax? Or is this their sole revenue source?
This is not their sole revenue source. They have other revenue streams that help support their parks department.
A park tax, or is it just general revenue?
I don't know the answer for each of the different communities. I believe we'd have to go back and ask, but I do know some of them have I think one of them has a property tax. I'm not sure if there's a sales tax associated with them, but they all have other revenue streams that support.
On the reference of dedication, or as I like to call land banking, has there been any discussions? Since PRI, it seems like it's going to be the major thousands of acres developed that would be the most in front here. Has there been any discussions on land banking for free, at least free or dedicated land for parks or trails or whatever?
I want to make sure I understand your question. So are you suggesting that has there been a discussion related to developers' willingness to donate land to the Parks Department for these purposes in the future?
Yeah, specifically PRI, since the PRI is going to be the greatest, and again, I'm using the word impact.
Okay, so there has been minimal conversations, but the Parks staff has provided information to the city staff that has been shared with the PRI team related to what we think the park needs would be, and if there is a willingness on their part to help meet those needs when it comes to parkland. So there has been a very brief conversation, but I'd say that probably has not been an extensive conversation.
Just because of lack of time to discuss it? I mean, in other words, they're not adverse. At this time, we do not know that they're not adverse, and they're not waiting for that question, you might say.
So I'll give you as much of an answer as I can. We've had, our staff team has had numerous meetings with PRI going back before COVID, so I think it goes back to 2019. And the question you're asking about is one of many issues that's on the table. Right now, PRI has a draft memorandum of understanding that we still need to complete our negotiations on. So I think the basic answer to your question is stay tuned. That is one of many issues that we'll be discussing when our discussions about the overall PRI property and the development plans move forward. So the specific answer is we don't have an answer today, but that is something that's on the table of many issues that we're discussing with them.
Okay. You know, my major concern, and I do have concerns, is that the housing prices would be, you know, it would be an added housing price to starter homes or whatever, a price point, you pick a price point that is not, you know, out of reach of some people getting a mortgage, but you add another fee, and that fee or that impact fee is going to be passed along to that homeowner, that person applying for that mortgage. And I mean, it's right now, new housing has almost stalled because of construction costs and mortgage rates. And again, it would just add another fee. And I feel like there's a propensity that it would further stymie housing options. We're working real hard. We hear this all the time, that people cannot move to Lee's Summit because of the price of houses, starter homes. I mean, new families or newly married people or even single people that work in Lee's Summit. And I feel like adding another fee to that mortgage to be financed is going to further stymie, because we're in a very, very, very strange time. Construction loans are very high, mortgage rates are 8%, and it just that. And right now, actually, the actual truth of it is that Lee's Summit does not have homes for new families, and it's borne out that high school seniors graduating from the 3 high schools and probably SCA and St. Michael's outnumber the number of kindergartners by between 400 and 500, because we do not get new families in Lee's Summit. As the students grow older, their families become more affluent, then they can move into Lee's Summit or buy a home in Lee's Summit. And I just don't want to do anything that would hurt some of the work that we've done, and I know we're going to do more work to try to get that gap. Like I said, the number's between 400 and 500 between seniors and kindergarten, so it's right there in your face that people just can't buy in Lee's Summit. And that's a different story for a different time. But I'm a little worried about it, and that's why I wondered if you'd talk to home builders and developers and you know, if there was a way to, you know, work around buying land. I realize the parks would have to still be would have to be developed, but if the major costs, I forget your number, $34,000 an acre, that would be you know, that would be very, very helpful. But I'll stop there. I just wanted to ask those questions. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hodges.
Thank you. So I was curious, do we know what the cost or what the impact to a developer would actually be?
No, that is still
Okay.
need to be determined. I know that we provided some additional information, some case study type stuff that was in
Do
your
you mind
packet.
putting that up? Mr. Snook, would you mind putting that up for us? It would be good to see that. Really relevant.
So we brought, so we have this,
Oh, I thought you were going to show the comparators.
oh, I can bring, I
Yeah,
was talking
put
about
up the
case study.
comparators, if you would.
So the comparators, we can show you what their park impact fee, what we are confident of. They have not raised this fee since they implemented it over 10 or 15 years ago. So they have not accounted for any kind of inflation over the years. That's for the ones in our metro area. We have a couple of gold medal accredited agencies that we use frequently for comparators, and you can see where their impact fees are in relation to the Kansas comparators that we have. So what would the impact fee be? That is still to be determined. So I think, you know, we would go through a process of, you know, I think we're going to look at what does it cost to build a park, and then we're going to look at how many people does that serve, and that kind of thing. We'd be able to come up with a cost. My sense is it's probably going to be above the 500 or 600 you see in Kansas, but it's not going to be 4,800 that you see in Carmel, Indiana. No, that's quite a range, but there's still work that we have to do. That would be part of the ordinance, that we would have that fee in there. And then, of course, that, there's a fee for residential, and then a lot of times, at least on the Kansas side, the commercial and industrial is established by per square foot, because obviously you don't have people living in there. That's still to be determined.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shields.
Mayor. So I appreciate you pulling up the comparators. I think that's helpful, at least to get an idea of maybe an order of magnitude of what we're talking about. Do we know why there's no other cities in Missouri that do this? Is it just that there's not an ordinance already in place for it? There's not a structure, or?
So our research, we haven't found anybody with a park impact fee in Missouri. I thought that was odd until we started talking with Mr. Bushek, and then state enabling legislation is kind of that opportunity for communities to implement a park impact fee. Missouri doesn't have it, so I think that's why you don't see that in Missouri. But with Mr. Bushek's legal analysis, we think this is it's a very defensible and easy, well, not easy, but a very defensible fee for us to implement.
And I think in the presentation it says something about things like credits might be to be determined. And I just wanted to ask, sort of going back to what Councilmember DeMoro was saying, is there a possibility that developers could donate land in lieu of cash fee?
I think that would probably be a component of the ordinance, that if a developer wanted to have to be approved land. I mean, a lot of times on a land dedication ordinance, that requires the developer to give you land, and then they want to give you what? They want to give you the undeveloped land. And well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's good for parks either. So there would probably be some criteria, but yeah, there would be a provision in the ordinance that would allow for credit if they wanted to donate land. I think the other credit that we would probably anticipate being in the ordinance, if a developer came to us and said, hey, we want to build the park, right? We're putting in this subdivision, maybe we want to build the park and the trail system that goes into that. Can we get credit? And I think the answer to that is yes, but there'd be a pre-established criteria of what that park must consist of. It's a neighborhood park. One, it has to serve the community. It has to be a public park, not a subdivision park. And then it will need to meet criteria that would be the criteria of a public park. And we would have that outlined also.
And then I had a question. So you talked about how you'd have to divide the city up into sort of sectors so that it would be a local, the fee would be spent within the local area. If you have something that's like infill development where the kind of community parks in that area have already been built, but you're doing some infill on a lot that hasn't been constructed, would those fees go to future improvements in that park, or what kind of, how would that be handled?
Yeah, so I think it's a good question, right? So maybe if it's being built in areas where there's really no land to purchase and serve that, we would most likely look at existing neighborhood parks that are serving that particular area, and then the fee would then be used to improve and upgrade that existing park. What the fee can't be used for is operation and maintenance of parks. So we would look to upgrade a park that would be in close proximity.
I share Councilmember DeMoro's concerns about affordability going forward. I think it's good to know kind of what kind of scope we're looking at here, that it's not nothing, but it's not adding thousands and thousands of dollars onto a new home. So I'm open to continuing the conversation, and taking it through CEDC I think is a good idea. But keeping in mind that we don't want to be pricing people out of the community, but we do want to provide quality parks. It is something that people move to Lee Summit for, that they love and really appreciate that the city does. So making sure that we can continue to provide that is really important. So I would like to see this discussion.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you. So you mentioned there's no other city in the state of Missouri that's doing the park impact fee currently. So what are they doing? What are comparator cities on the Missouri side doing to make up or to generate that revenue? Do they have a higher, I know we have a, quarter-cent sales tax. Do they have a higher sales tax? Do they have, or what are they doing to generate that revenue instead of the park impact fee?
Well, it's probably a hard question to answer because there's so many different ways they can do that. There's many communities that have, in Missouri, you can pass a half-cent sales tax to support parks and stormwater. Many communities in Missouri have passed a full half-cent to support parks, and we choose to sunset it, but you don't have to. So many communities have never sunsetted. So that oftentimes may become the main revenue stream for some park systems. But they may receive money from general funds. They may receive money from bed and industry type tax. I mean, there's just so many other ways they can get revenue. Now, when it comes to exactions, like a park impact fee, in Missouri, what you will find will be the land dedication ordinance. So, Kansas City is a good example. They did a land dedication ordinance in the early 70s, I believe. And basically they said, if you're a developer, you want to develop, you're going to have to give us land so we can use it for park purposes. So in Missouri, you would see more land dedication ordinances as a mechanism that a parks agency may use to help acquire land so they can do future development. But I mean, that's a hard question to ask because there's just so many ways that revenue can be generated for a city.
Yeah, I understand that. And I'm just trying to make sure that we're not, that our parks department's not getting less money than our comparator cities in Missouri, but also that we are staying competitive just because it is a new, and this would only be on new residential, correct? And then new.
We would have to address redevelopment. That was one of the I didn't cover it. I know Mr. Bouchette gave a nice long list. I don't know if he covered that, but redevelopment would be something we'd want to address in the ordinance. If redevelopment is happening in an area and the use is really not changing or just redeveloping that area, I think that's not a park impact fee development. If you're coming in and you're tearing it down and you're doing a whole new type of use for that area, then that would probably, we would anticipate that would be fee that would help generate fees for the Parks Department.
Okay, thank you. And I agree. I'd like to discuss this more. Right now, I'm pretty neutral. I don't feel one way or another. As Councilmember Shields stated, our parks draw a lot of people here, and a lot of people move here for our parks. So I definitely want to see them maintain and stay nice. So yeah, I'm looking forward to discussing this further at CEDC. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Edson.
Thank you, Mayor. Joe, did you just say that in an existing area where you would redevelop a park, you would put the impact fee on existing homes? Did you just say that?
No.
Okay.
So the question was redevelop. I interpret the question as redevelopment. If you have a redevelopment project happening somewhere in your community, in our community, the question that we'd want to address in the ordinance is, does a redevelopment project get assessed the fee, right? Parks impact fee. I think what we would anticipate if the redevelopment is to remain the same use as it is at that time, it would not be assessed a park impact fee. But if a developer came in and said, they bought this area and they're going to redevelop and it's going to be a different use, right? Then at that point, the park impact fee would be assessed to that as for that use.
Okay. I misunderstood. Thank you for
You're
clearing
welcome.
that up. Yeah, I echo some of the thoughts that have been expressed already. I'm not against this. I do have concerns about what it would do for starter homes and younger homeowners. So I would look forward to drilling down on this on CEDC, because we've actually talked about, we've had home builders tell us one way you can help us reduce these prices is reduce the fees we have to pay the city. So I'd like to drill down on that a little more. And I'd like to ask Mr. Bouchette where I can buy his book. Is that available on Amazon? Barnes & Noble?
I have no idea. I don't know if you can buy it, and if you can, I get 0 royalties from it. So.
Oh, that's disappointing.
And I don't think it's available on Audible either. I'd probably be the only one that would listen to it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lovell.
Thanks, Mayor. So this is a one-time fee on, that we would be putting in place on new construction, residential, commercial, industrial, correct?
Correct.
And you're thinking not as low as 520, but certainly not. I mean, we'd have to massage that, because the idea would be trying to create a mechanism to give the parks more, I guess it's still not predictive because it's all based on growth. But I think what Councilmember Pryor was asking was, are you going to assess that fee for current homeowners? So like if we enacted this, if I already live here and already own a home, would would I need to pay that fee to? And I think the answer is no, right?
No.
Yeah,
the
so whether,
homeowner-
but if
The
we.
homeowner is not paying this fee, it's the.
Right,
the
so
person building the home.
Right, so everyone that lives here now is not gonna be assessed a new fee with
Right,
this
no,
impact
no,
fee.
not at
It
all.
would be for new construction unless there was an area that got completely redeveloped, leveled, and redone, then that would probably trigger that fee.
Correct.
That's correct, okay. So, no compression, it's not a percent, and it's like a flat fee. Have you seen any just say, hey, we want to exclude single-family home, but hey, we want multifamily, commercial, industrial, if we were trying to, or we could do like a tiered system, which it looks like you have here too, where we might say single-family homes is a certain rate, and maybe it triggers by number of homes being built, things like that. I mean, I guess the kind of, it's open book to kind of figure out how to do this, but I think the key is that it's one time, it's not something that keeps, and it's all new construction. Okay.
Correct, and you're absolutely right. I mean, we've looked at, I don't know how many Steve has looked at, but he's provided me all the different impact fees he's collected from around the United States, and we've probably looked at a dozen at least. And everyone's different, right? And when you talk about assessment, they're all different too. Some will assess just residential. Some are assessing residential and commercial only. Some are assessing all development, residential, commercial, and industrial. That is still to be determined, right? As we work through this ordinance, I mean, I would advocate for assessment of all new development, but if that's not, maybe that's not where the city council is, that would be helpful for us to know, and that might come out through the CEDC conversation, right? But it can be a combination of anything, right? I mean, there's no set. Typically, though, we always see all residential is, because the residential is what's driving the need for the new park, right? They're building these homes, all these people are coming in. They love your community, at least our community, because of the schools, the parks, and police and fire. I mean, that's why people love our community. And so that, I mean, when those houses are built, that's what's driving the need for parks. So hence, at a minimum, you would want to assess the residential for sure.
Gotcha. And then you mentioned something, I think it's kind of interesting too. It's, so like, well, in land banking, there's challenges in that. Like in theory, like it's great, someone buys a big piece of land and they want to develop it. Like sometimes it works to get land donated to you, but maybe an area we don't need a park, we got a park across the street, right? So it could be a challenge. So this is a good way to say like, hey, this allows us to get these funds, then to go identify areas that we may want to do versus, but we would still have the option to land bank in lieu of taxes, I would imagine too, if there was something there, right? So.
Well, I think we would probably have a credit type system where if a developer came to us and said, look.
And we're like, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, instead of paying the fees, we would love to give you X amount of acres for park purposes. Would that be something you would consider for credit? And then we would have it outlined on how that would work. But I would anticipate you'll see something like that in the ordinance.
And then just one thing that we've done, which is unique, I'm not saying we're the only ones that have done it, but whenever we have put some sort of sales tax initiative out there, it was usually based on some projects that we wanted to accomplish, and then we always sunset those. So I think that's kind of a nice feature that we do, is say, hey, here's what we're asking this for, here's what we're going to do with it, and once we've collected that, it's over, and if we ever need more, we're going to come back to you. This is a good way to kind of do that without having to turn on and turn off tax initiatives and things like that too. So it seems like a more predictive way to collect fees and money to do some things, even though you don't know how much new construction's coming.
And I think sometimes I look at it as also, as the development is coming, that's where the burdens come from. And then, is it okay for all of our citizens to have to continue with a sales tax or continue to tax themselves to build a park in a part of the community they're never going to properly experience? Or should that responsibility fall on the developer who's going to bring all these people in that area? This puts the burden on the developer.
I mean, it gets passed to the owner, but
It does.
It
No,
does,
at
but
the end of the day, it goes
right,
to the owners. You're absolutely right.
But it seems pretty reasonable, and again, it's not a continuation tax, it's a one-time fee, and if we were able to come up with a structure that made sense, that wasn't too burdensome on the buyer. Okay, well, I appreciate the presentation and would be in favor of, getting this through CEDC and exploring options. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. You want to add on to, or?
I have one more question
Okay,
for
all right.
Mr. Bushek.
Councilmember DeMauro.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep.
David, I wanted to clarify in my mind, you said something about, in your book, by the way, it's on Amazon, I looked it up, $20, paperback only. You said that an impact fee is legislated, is put into effect, but I think you said a tax issue has to be voted on by the public. That's the difference, right? This would not have to be voted on, but if it was a tax, it would have to be voted on.
Yes.
Yeah, I got that straight? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'm going to jump in with some questions. Mr. Snook, schools, parks, public safety, those are big loves from our citizens, right?
Yes.
I mean, I think it sounds like people want to have more conversations, but when you come back, you need to, like, hit on, I mean, don't you think that schools, parks, public safety, it's all in one kind of category of increasing the value or the quality of life in our community and increasing the value of our homes? The closer you live to a park, the more likely your home's worth more than the one that's a couple blocks away from the park.
Correct, and there's been a lot of research done over the last couple of decades, and it's very clear that a home that is in near proximity to a well-maintained park, the value of that home could be upwards of 20% more than a similar type home. And of course, the closer you are to the park, the higher, and then as you live further away, a little less. But yeah, and same thing is true with trails. They've also done research, and it's very comparable. So parks raise property values. It's a benefit to the homeowner.
Absolutely. Do you think people intentionally move next to parks then?
Absolutely.
You know, even trails like Rock Island Railroad, which isn't in our system, but I mean, do people literally do what they can to get next to that trail?
Yes.
I mean, you would know about that because it's your expertise.
I hear comments similar to that on a regular basis.
The fact that nobody else in Missouri is doing it, nobody else in Missouri is doing a transfer station like we are. I mean, don't you think we're trying to do something that's forward-thinking with this? I know that you're not trying to pitch us on this, but you gotta talk about the highlights here.
I would agree. I mean, this would be a first in the state of Missouri, right? I think we'd be setting a precedent that other communities that are in charter communities could follow suit and implement something very similar to this.
So, when it comes to, so we'd be cutting edge on that, is a good way to say that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
For the state of Missouri.
What about the fact that got a few questions tonight about how other cities pay for parks and such. But a lot of these other cities aren't growing like we are. So how do you plan on addressing growth if we don't do something like this impact fee? Because you've seen the numbers, 40,000 people possibly over the next 20 years. How are you going to keep the per capita as far as parkland per person that we have now with the current taxing system that we have? Are you going to be able to keep up or
the same level of service? I mean, quite honestly, we won't be able to keep up with it. I mean, it's, you know, our sales tax expires in 2033. That sales tax is doing well, but that sales tax has already been accounted for in projects that we promised our community, like a field house and community centers and more trails and park redevelopment, which we've been actively working on since 2019. So those dollars that we're getting today, we're not putting those aside in the hopes that we're going to be able to buy 200 or 300 acres before it expires in 2033. We've committed those to projects the community said they want. And so we would most likely have to go out. We'd probably have to expand the sales tax beyond the quarter cent to make any kind of revenue impact to help us with that land acquisition and then development.
Yeah, and that's sales tax. That's sales tax.
Correct.
Okay. Whereas when you have the comparator type of fees up here, I mean, this helps, but I think we just need the next step. We need to know what this really means. So if you don't mind, I'm going to have Mr. Bushek answer a couple questions.
Sure.
So, like Mr. Bishek, if you look at these fees the way we have them here, and let's just say we just start doing some hypotheticals, okay? So you might have to get, well, you're a calculator, so you can do this in your head. So 10,000 square foot building, let's say it's industrial. That's going to cost, right now, 150 a foot, probably. I mean, it's crazy right now. It's that expensive these days. So that's $1.5 million building. And that's 10,000 square feet. Take 10,000, you divide it by 1,000, and let's say it's $100 per 1,000. So that means that building would pay $1,000. A $1.5 million building would pay $1,000 parking impact fee. Does that sound about accurate? And then let's just say we had this impact fee in place the last 3 years. And on industrial, we'll stay with industrial because it's simpler for my math. And we've passed 1 billion square feet, or excuse me, 1 million square feet. That's $1.5 billion, but regardless, 1 million square feet divided by 1,000 times 100, that's 100,000 for all those developments, all those different ones, Scanel, down south. I mean, you know, yes, $100,000 is a lot of money, but we're talking about $1.5 billion worth of real estate.
Right. Yeah, and I think there's another, there's sort of a macroeconomic effect to this, and it plays a role in what you're saying, but I think it plays a role in the residential context and the questions that you were asking. And the concept is it's imposed at the building permit stage. And so the party that pulls the building permit has to actually pay the fee. And if there's credits that apply to that property from the development standpoint, then it's less or maybe zero. But in the case of large land masses like PRI is going to have a certain price per acre, depending on the location of that property today, that they are seeking. And if the impact fee goes into effect, that impact fee is going to be factored into the pro forma of the buyers of that property from PRI. So and this is something that was very important that became clear to me when we went through the excise tax process. I'll get back to the point I was just trying to make, but this will help bolster what I'm saying. I mentioned that some of the developers were saying this is going to kill development in the city. And we had a few other developers that became very successful that said, I just need certainty. I need to know what the cost is, and I can factor it into my pro forma development, 800 plus building permits per year, starting in the year 2000 or so. It did not hamper development at all. So back to my analysis, if it's a known quantity, then the buyer of that property from the large landowner can take that into account in their pro forma, and it just becomes one more cost that they factor in. Yes, it incrementally increases the cost of development, and it ultimately is paid by the homeowner, but I think there's a component, if you follow this analysis, there's a component of that cost that feeds all the way back to the original sales price. So you have the large landowner owning these land masses, and you're going to have developers coming in purchasing that property. They're going to take this fee into account in that purchase price, and so some of this cycles all the way back to the land sales price from the initial purchase, and it's the current property owner that's going to bear some of that burden and not all of the homeowner. And I think that dovetails with your issue too, which is if it's a known quantity and they can factor it into their pro forma, that's ultimately what they're seeking.
Okay, so to piggyback off that, then I want to come back to that certainty thing, but I just want to hit one more example. Like if you had 400 homes in a subdivision, this rate, $500,000 a home, that's $200 million worth of new construction, right? But if we did it per home, which I know that it might be more than this, Mr. Snook, but let's just say $500 per home, you're looking at $200,000
right,
for a $200 million development.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm in favor of the way you would divvy this out a little bit from the residential, a little bit more from the retail, a little bit less like the way these other comparators have done, rather than it all coming from one source. So, and then I like the impact fee from a position of fair and consistent. I really think that's the key here for me, is fair and consistent to everybody that walks through the door. Consistent, certainty. Then they can deal with it, then they can deal with their spreadsheets, then they can make their decision if they want to come to Lee Summit or not, and have the best public safety, parks, and schools.
Mayor, to build on that point, and I think this will become important in other points to be discussed later, that's one of the reasons that we structure the excise tax to only have credits, no exemptions, no waivers. The idea being it applies, just what you said, it applies across the board to everybody in these classes, in the case of the excise tax, industrial, commercial, residential. I think we can use the same approach, and if there's no exemptions, no waivers, and there's only credits, then it's applying across the board, just like you said, and only in those appropriate cases where you already have the credit built into the ordinance is there relief.
Okay. I don't want to do anything like at the bottom of the screen. That's crazy. That's not a pragmatic approach down there. I couldn't get behind that. I'm with my council members on that, but I could get behind something reasonable that is vetted through CEDC like we're talking about, because I want the best parks. I want to stay the best parks. Let's just put it that way. Continually improving. And I think if anybody could go get some really cool parkland with this money, it'd be Mr. Snook and his team. Mr. Casey, do you help with that stuff? All right, so I'm going to let other council members chime in. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is probably for Mr. Bushek, but, and this might be jumping too far ahead, but is this something that retail or industrial would just use as, is it something that could be rolled into an incentive? So essentially, or is that?
From the straight answer is no. We would not, so we've had inquiries from developers, do you provide relief to the I'm going to keep comparing to the excise tax because, except for the fact that it's a tax versus a fee, it's very comparable. We've had many developers ask us, do you ever provide relief to the excise tax? Will you grant us a waiver, an exemption? And our answer across the board has been no, that's never been done by the city. And so the straight answer to your question is no, because I think we would probably be following the same policy. Now, would they bake that into their incentive requests in other ways? Maybe, but I think you're still going to be receiving the same incentive requests like you saw tonight and like you've seen many times, and that's not going to be a point of specific discussion. They're not, and I don't think we would counsel developers to not use that as a point of justification for an incentive request, which is, hey, we need relief from this excise tax and this impact fee and these things. No, like we just talked about, those apply across the board uniformly. And if you need an incentive, then you need to talk to us about public improvements or blight clearance or other costs, like the issues that you normally hear when you hear incentive requests.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. And I just also wanted to say to Mr. Snook, thank you for the redevelopment of the parks, because you've done a great job with it, and it's exciting to see, especially in areas of like downtown and Pleasantly Park, the redevelopment of those. It's pretty cool. So thank you.
I'll pass it on to Mr. Casey because he's one that's really heading that whole project up. So he's doing
Well,
a great job.
thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Pryor. Obviously, everybody wants to talk about it some more. I just think you now know what our concerns are and what kind of gets us going positively. I mean, you could tell us what you were going to do with this money and show us some examples. Like, this is what I could do if I had this in place 3 or 4 years from now. I'd be able to buy this land in a key location where we don't have any parkland. And I know that with Councilmember DeMoro mentioning PRI, that's a big concern. We can't develop all that and not have parks. It's way too big of a swath of land. We have to have, and we want the best parks. So we want those pretty playgrounds. I've seen some of those costs. They're pretty expensive. So I would like to find a solution. So if you can refine this and work with your team and city staff's team and our council at a micro level and bring this back forward. Sound good?
we'll plan to do some more work with the park board, and then if it sounds like moving forward to the CEDC would be the next appropriate step after that is.
I think so. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Very good. Hey, we're going to take another quick break. I'm sorry. I know it's getting late. This will be a short one. We'll come back in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are on another presentation. And this one is Lee Summit Economic Development Council considerations. So I brought this one forward. We're, as elected officials, we provide vision, governance, accountability, and we are policymakers. And after an excellent meeting last week with the LSEDC board, I took the initiative that a lawmaker would, I thought, put together and put forth a solution for consideration. And like an elected official sponsoring a bill or putting forth a policy proposal, I put forth a recommendation. My goal is, and was, to find a solution to that council could get behind for moving forward with the existing EDC organization and the nonprofit that it is. I also wanted a quick solution because I've heard that over and over again. Quick solution because this has gone on for far too long. Just keep in mind that the EDC is a separate body with its own board, its own governing board. We cannot dictate to the EDC board who their board members are. We can forward to them a proposal for moving forward together. And so that's what the following is. And I'm going to go ahead and just kind of run through it. Because a week ago we convened for discussion with the LSEDC Board of Directors. 9 out of the current 14 members attended our council meeting. 2 of those members include Mr. Dunning and myself, city manager and I. The other 7 sat across from the council in a peer-to-peer format and let us know their renewed commitment as board members to moving the LSEDC forward with changes. Changes that would help bring the organization in alignment with our city council and that we have called for over the years. Most of the LSEDC board members stated that mistakes had been made and they were ready to move forward. They stated they wanted to become an EDC with the common success factors from the best practices study that the council conducted earlier this year. These common success factors included relationship-driven, effective leadership, guided by results, economic resiliency, purpose and plan, customer-oriented, equity-focused, and future-ready. Most of the board members stated unequivocally that they were wanting to collaborate, build relationships with council members, and commit the time investment and dollars to build a great LSEDC. There really was not much to disagree with, other than a statement by one member that they had been attempting to address the errors of the EDC the last 14 months. That statement simply was not factual. However, one by one, the other board members went on record to state that they were willing to change and follow the bylaws, engage an attorney to help with accountability, create more accountability for the board of directors and the new executive director, adopt action plans from the best practices study, create a PSA with reasonable performance measures, reconstitute the board of directors, hire a new leader, and even rebrand if desired. All of these proposed commitments made me very pleased, and for the first time in a couple of years, I actually had hope. However, like many of my fellow council members, I question why we would believe these issues will be resolved this time around and how the EDC will once and for all turn the ship to be in alignment with the city. As I reflected on the commitments made, what seemed most promising to me were the reconstitution of the board of the directors, change in leadership, and revision to bylaws. There certainly was not a unanimous opinion by the council, but the consensus that night, and I thought the consensus for the last year, as well as the current consensus, is that there is a lack of trust that anything will change. After all, we were made very similar promises in May of 2021 in a public meeting, and what followed was the most lackluster year in the EDC's nearly 40-year history, which led the city council to terminate funding. Recently, when the best practices consultant was asked why he did not recommend the city council do a reset and start over with the current EDC, he stated because the stakeholders in city council had lost trust in the EDC. He also referred to it as a political issue. In my last meeting with the board of directors 3 weeks ago, I stated emphatically that our past issues were certainly exacerbated by a lack of operational leadership, but also board leadership. I expressed that as a member of the board and as a representative of the largest investor in the LSEDC, the council and I need board leaders we can trust. To move forward with the LACDC, the City Council needs to trust that they will make a good faith effort to deliver on the commitments they pledged in last week's meeting. After great consideration about how to move forward after this meeting, how to build trust, given the very difficult and at times very animosity in the meetings I have been through in the last couple of years, I don't believe we should move forward without the trust issue addressed. And that's why I put this together. I asked numerous times at the end of this discussion if the board members were truly committed to all the statements they made and all the terms they put on the table. They were all unanimous in their commitment. I took meticulous notes and pointed out that the meeting was recorded and everyone was on the record. The LACDC even provided documentation of an approach and proposed timeline for addressing and achieving the commitments. I believe there's a way to gain the trust of the majority of the City Council and move forward, but it would require a very important change to the timeline with some additional terms. We need to trust the Board of Directors and lean on our most trusted civic leaders. Therefore, I propose the City Council move forward with the current LACDC if the Board of Directors will immediately reconstitute the Board of Directors as they offered in the meeting on numerous occasions and in writing with the following conditions. I suggest here that there are 18 members of the board. They have 4 vacancies. There are numerous board members that I believe are trusted by the council. However, we have a few members that have either not supported the City Council as a whole or are not actively engaging at the board level. We should only move forward and work with board of directors that are fully committed and are in full support of working with all of our City Council members, including the mayor. I feel that there are currently members of the board that are not fully committed in this way and need to step aside for the good of the LACDC for what the community needs, just as they all committed to last week. So I proposed that the following members remain on the LACD Board of Directors and asked that they elect new leadership for the positions of chair and vice chair. And the members would be that we would move forward with that I proposed were of course myself, the mayor, Mark Dunning, the city manager, Dr. David Buck, the superintendent, Bobby Olm Shipman, who spoke a lot last week in the meeting, CEO of St. Luke's East, Dan Rexroth, CEO of John Knox Village, who also contributed greatly last week, John McDonald, CEO of Lee Summit Medical, who was not in attendance, however, has been a very, very strong voice in all of the meetings. Michael Van Buskirk, vice chairman, new Mark Zimmer, spoke a lot last week. Tom Jackson, regional president of Central Bank, spoke a great deal last week and engaged. And Larry Hillier, vice president of Equity Bank, who has been quiet in meetings, but the times in meetings that we needed a resilient voice, he stepped forward. This is only 9 of the 18 board of director seats. The pay to play, I put in here in this document as well, to be appointed to the board of directors needs to be addressed in the bylaws or elsewhere to be a more democratic and inclusive process. The past practice of pay to play allowed the previous executive director to work the system and handpick the board by having an investor raise their membership level to be considered for the board. I do think investors at the highest level should be given greater consideration as board members, but not under this type of scheming with the executive director. For me, it is extremely important to diversify the board going forward. More seats may need to be considered in the future by changing the bylaws. I propose the 9 board of directors above immediately fill the remaining 9 seats with the following members regardless of the level of their financial commitment. That's why I mentioned the pay to play, because we need civic, pragmatic, reasonable people on the board that will move us forward. The remaining seats should be, I put forth on here, the mayor pro tem or an appointment from the mayor pro tem of the city Lee Summit Council, the LSR 7 school board president or an appointment, the MCC president or representative, a UCM representative, a civic leader to fill the remaining positions, or a business stakeholder. I did put on here that it is critical. Let me go to the next page. Please note, I feel the members referenced above for the unanimous approval by the board of directors is critical to create the culture of trust we're seeking. Additionally, I feel the following ex officio members should be appointed to the board and included in future bylaws: Lee Summit Chamber President, Downtown Main Street President, future DMO President. Then I went to the attorney issue. I believe attorney should be a president at every board meeting, at least for a while, to help with the reset of the LSEDC. I propose the LSEDC engage an attorney to help the Board of Directors with the following: attend meetings to provide legal guidance and ensure accountability, review and amend the bylaws that support best practices, effective leadership and governance, and accountability, review and advise the board regarding a proposed PSA with the city to outline a collaborative relationship between the LSEDC and the city with a purpose that is in alignment with the city, including reasonable performance measures. It will take time to conduct the appropriate due diligence and proper search to hire an executive director. Knowing that it will take time, I would like the board to have a discussion about the role of the interim director. Given the current environment, it has been extremely difficult for the interim to facilitate a culture of trust at the board level and to help with the relationship between the organization and the city council. Specifically, I believe the interim needs to take guidance from the body as a whole, much like our city manager, Mark Dunning, does with the mayor and city council. It's essential we address the trust we need at every level to move forward. That's why I put this proposal together. If we can find a consensus on our proposal tonight, I would like that to go to the LSEDC board for their consideration. I would like the consensus to be a strong consensus. I do not want, it doesn't have to be unanimous, but I certainly think it sends a strong message if we have a high level of agreement. But again, they are their own governing body. They have to accept any kind of proposals or talk through these types of things with them, amongst themselves, and then it would obviously come back to us for consideration at a later date. So with that said, I will open it up for discussion. Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. So obviously, at our prior discussion on this topic, I did not want to move forward with the current EDC, at least not in its current form. You know, I've heard it said that we have defunded this organization or defunded this PSA, and one point that I want to make is that a PSA, a public service agreement, is not the organization, it's the contract for services that they have agreed to provide to the city. And when those services were not being fulfilled under the terms of the contract that they entered into, we elected to terminate that. And so before I would consider, as with anyone providing services to the city, before I would consider entering into a new contract after violations and inability to meet the terms of the prior contract, I would want to see something that tells me what's going to be different. Why are you going to be able to meet the terms of the contract this time? And so, but all that said, I do want to find a way to move forward. I do want to find a way to find consensus, and I'm absolutely open to compromise. And I think that the proposal that's been put forth would help me get there. I like that it builds in the collaboration that we've talked about by actively adding additional members of the education community, you know, the different universities, the school board, the downtown Main Street, the DMO, all those parties, the chamber, all those parties that we said we want to have collaboration. I think having them in the room would help to foster that. But we still have an organization that has a lot of members of the business community and civic leaders, as you put them, which are very typically members of the business community also. I imagine those are going to be a lot of our small business owners maybe that we've talked about wanting to have in that room as well. And so I think going this route and making a real structural change to how the organization is constituted and how this board is constituted wouldn't give me 100% confidence, but would give me the confidence that this is a real reset, that this isn't just going back and doing the same thing over again and expecting a different result, but this is an actual change that could lead to a much better outcome. So I would be supportive of moving forward in this direction. I understand that we can't compel an organization that we don't govern to change, but I think if they want to have a contract with us, if they want to have a large public investment, then hopefully they would listen to what we're looking for. I don't think any other investor that pulled funding, you wouldn't turn around and say, you just need to give us, you just need to join back up and give us more funding, you would ask, like, why did you leave this organization? Why, what are you looking for that would make you want to come back? So I think I look at it like that, and I look at it like I would any other contract that the city enters into. I want to make sure that the person on the other end of that contract has the ability and willingness to fulfill the terms before sending taxpayer money their way. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Felker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everybody, for taking long enough on everything else so I could join you tonight. Lee Summit High School lost in 5 sets to Lee Summit West for the volleyball district championship tonight. Unfortunately, my daughter was on Lee Summit High School, but they played a great game. So on to this conversation about EDC. And actually, I mean, thinking about this, you got 2 in-town rivals who were fighting it out. And we're having a conversation today about, kind of an example where we've had some tension and some conflicts and disagreements. But I would guarantee you, in fact, tonight what I watched on this court was Lee Summit High School, for instance, I would say is probably on paper not the better team. But they came out and did tremendous and played and put Lee Summit West, if you will, against the ropes. And I think because of that, you had 2 teams who played better games than they ever played before. Certainly from Lee Summit High School, it's what I saw. And if Lee Summit West continues on, I would think they're going to be grateful that they had the chance to be challenged and presented with something that would lead them to do and be better. So this conversation, Mayor and fellow members of council and the public, I think is great to have dialogue that's dynamic, that allows us to work through difficulties and hopefully arrive at something that I think will be the best solution. We've always talked about that. We want the best solution to economic development, in this case, for the city of Lee Summit. So, Mayor, again, I said last week, I appreciated that we had the chance to meet with the EDC board. I was grateful to the members of the EDC board who came and were part of that and have contributed to this dialogue. I do agree with many of the things that were said last week and many of the elements of the proposal that's been presented. The idea of having the bylaws reworked, we've talked about that. Considerations for reconstituting a board. We've talked about how even that governance structure could be distinct or different. And how the board, executive board, and the administration of an organization interact. I think my conversations with council and certainly with members of the EDC board, we've talked about, could there be differences in how that's done? And I think what I've heard is that's on the table on EDC's part. So I agree with those things, and obviously our efforts to engage with our current interim director, and as we look to the future of what leadership we have in the future, I think is just vital to that. I'm not necessarily in agreement with the idea of us providing a list of names of who should remain on the board. From my perspective, as we sat with our counterparts last week, while some of us on council expressed some reservation still and going forward, I think there was still a general idea, and at least on my part, a very active, if you will, trust in those business leaders across the table from me. And the thought that, reconstituting the board, I think, consists of more than one thing. It could mean, yes, people on or off. It could mean a different structure of how that's done. Again, perhaps some of this proposal could be a part of that. But I think I trust those leaders who sat across from us enough to let them decide amongst themselves who wants to continue, who wants to carry the torch, who wants, when they look at each other across the table, when they're developing their policy, I think they would have the ability to say amongst themselves who should continue as a member of that board. So I'm not in favor of outlining who should do that. I think that's a little bit of an overreach on our part. I think we can work with people, and I think that's, in my mind, collaborating with them is allowing them to take what our conversation was and come back with a substantive response that allows us to then say, okay, yes, you have come back with, like Councilmember Shields said, with something that we can latch onto, something that can give us confidence that they're going to produce the best outcome that we just in kind of thinking through some of the proposals, I know the idea of being unanimous is great, and I'm just take a little issue if we're giving any kind of feedback that the EDC board could take back with them. The idea of presenting additional members to the board requiring unanimous approval, I think is problematic. I think being united is great, but I don't think that's how we necessarily create policy or even make decisions. I think decision-making can be messy, it can be challenging. Ultimately, I think decision-making allows us to bring multiple ideas together for something better. And so that could also mean, as the board considers who to bring on, stay on, et cetera, they may have not always an agreement as to who actually is always in the room. But that's the virtue of this kind of collaboration, is it allows then these differing opinions to come together and sort out what might be the best opinions at the end of the day. And on our body, I think it's great when we kind of show some fire and ice between each other, because then we're showing that we've got strongly held beliefs and we want to drive to solutions. And so I'm not inclined to recommend that there be a body where the additional members are put on unanimous approval. So again, I think I'm personally in agreement with allowing the EDC to have that kind of that window of time to work diligently among themselves. I mean, I think there's been enough expressed here that says, if that time frame comes and goes and we don't see a substantive response that helps us as a city and helps us as a council to know that we've got the right wheels on the bus and they're in, it's all geared up, the engine's oiled. I mean, it's not going to be perfect because it's still an organization that's kind of been pushed, if you will, to the side, by virtue of all the things that have happened. So I think there's some motion that, some momentum that has to be gained, and I'm hopeful and that those who serve on the board can unite together to do that with our, I guess, encouragement that we'd be willing to see their response, what they come back with a plan for going forward.
Good, thank you. Councilmember Edson.
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree with Councilmember Shields. I'm fine with sending this to the EDC and let them look at it and talk about it and decide. But at the end of the day, if they're not in agreement, I'm ready to walk away. And we were down a path to form an exploratory committee. And if they don't want to play ball and have us play with us and do what we require to get that contract and that bed tax money, then I think we can walk away. And I really take offense at public comments that were made earlier tonight that we are missing out on economic development opportunities in the city because our process is taking too long. One, we want to get this right this time. And two, I can't remember a single project the EDC has brought to this council in as long as I've been on city council. So I don't think we are the problem, and we need to take our time and get this right. So again, I'd be in favor of sending this forward, but if they don't agree, then I'm ready to pivot and go with our original plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember DeMoro.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciated the dialogue last week and everybody that came. There was a lot that was talked about, a lot of opinions, a lot of way we should do things, and I have to again say that there is a lot of history with my experience with the LSCDC, and I would have to agree with Councilmember Edson. I am not aware of any project that came through the LSCDC in my 7 years on the council that was ever brought to the council. And so I truly believe we are not losing out on economic development. But having said that, I did appreciate the dialogue last week, and I am in favor of the proposed reconstitution of the board to be evaluated and considered by the LSEDC board. And then, I'll wait to see what is the decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lovell.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I really enjoyed last week's conversation. What I thought was born out of that was kind of a general understanding that we would work together to come up with good solutions. Also trusting that many of the people that committed their time are business leaders. They've volunteered their time. They want to move this forward. They want to make it a better organization. But like what I see here before me is not something I've collaborated on. This is a suggestion, not that I had any input or opportunity to share how we might reconstitute a board. It feels heavy-handed to me. It feels borderline insulting to those that spent time in front of us last week, who almost like we're kind of a bait and switch. I also don't know enough to say the proposal here, what unintended consequences may come out of this. And again, this might be someone's opinion on how best to move it forward, but I would like their opinion on how best to move it forward. I think we've created some suggestions here, and I say we loosely because, again, I had no input in how this board would be reconstituted, and I think it would be foolish of us to turn our backs on the great business minds and people in this city and community without getting their feedback. And like any good negotiation, we can send over a framework of how we think it would be best to move forward. I'd like to hear their opinion on why that may or may not be the best way to move forward, and that you take elements from what we have, what they have, and again, come to an agreement that best suits us. You're right, it's, we have the choice to put the money into the PSA, and if we don't like what they've come back with, we certainly could, we have that option not to fund it, but I think this is just, it's a little, doesn't feel collaborative to me. It feels like we have basically said, here's how it's going to be, take it or leave it. And I don't think that's what I got out of that last meeting, and I would love to give them the opportunity to take this framework, get amongst their board and see where this fits or doesn't fit with their ideas of moving it forward, and come back together collaboratively and make those decisions moving forward. So, I mean, I don't mind passing this on to them, but it certainly doesn't have my support as like the end-all be-all, because again, I think it's hard, like when you make certain representations in here, I think it's difficult to know the unintended consequences of doing those. And I think we do need feedback from those that have been committed to reworking this thing over the last year. So that's it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thanks, Mayor. So I also appreciate, I said it last week, I don't want to reiterate or sound redundant. I appreciate the board that showed up last week and talked to us, had a cordial conversation, respectful conversation, productive conversation. And I did say this last week, and I've said it a number of times in this room the past few months. In a perfect world, I wish we would not have gone down this path. But there's a reason why we went down this path. There are some serious challenges. There was leadership challenges. Councilmember Edson said, and I think Councilmember DeMoro, has this city really slowed down while we've stopped this process and to take a deep breath to figure out what the best EDO concept is for the city? Absolutely not. We have more development in this city than ever in the history of the city, more investment in this city than ever. So I take offense to the comment that was made earlier this afternoon also. Now, so being that this is a process, the way I took this is we sat down in good faith last week with the board. We listened. they came with a written proposal for us. They brought a proposal to us, to this body. I think this proposal, this response that's before us is a response. I don't think it's the end-all be-all, but it is a response. And I think one of the key heartburns I think that I'm hearing up here from a couple people that are not pleased with the overall proposal or response is the reconstitution of the executive board. And maybe some of you council representatives have not been here the last all 18 months, 16 months, but the last 12 months, the mayor and the city manager has been coming to this body to provide us updates on things that are going with the executive board of the EDC, and they have not been productive. So once again, that's why we're in this predicament. So this is a response. I think it behooves us, I think we all agree that we need to move forward in the shortest, quickest manner. And I don't think this response is a hurdle for that. I think it's just a response. And I think, you know, this is the whole point of keeping a collaborative, transparent, and most importantly, to rebuild that trust. There's a serious lack of trust. And yes, there are investment, business, private investors. We're representing taxpayers. We're the largest investor. So we have to look at ourselves. What are we protecting? If we really don't want to be involved with this, then let's just say it right now. Let's walk away. I mean, if you all feel that the EDC should just be independent, then let's make that decision tonight and quit. I mean, this is a process. It's a response. This is not the end-all, be-all. With all due respect, I think I'm in favor of this going back to the board, the EDC board, for them to reevaluate. If they want to meet some of these concessions, great. If they don't want to meet all of them, then we have a decision to make. But I just don't think that we should just let this be, you know, say that we're not being open-minded or disrespecting legacy. The EDC, all the years that they were around, all the forefathers, the leadership that was there many years, 40 years ago, that is the reason why we're here in Lee Summit, and Lee Summit is doing so well. But that's the past. We got to find a path forward. And we have an opportunity right now. And you're right, Councilmember Felker. I hope, just like with the Lee Summit High School, Lee Summit West, Lee Summit High School volleyball game, I think you're right. I think we truly can grow from this and become better and stronger. But I think we just need to give each other a little bit of grace and be a little bit more open-minded. We all want the same thing, but we have to take baby steps because there's a lot of mistrust and healing that needs to happen. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. So, reading over our council packet, I was a little concerned just because I feel like that was presented as it was a voice of all of council. But as far as my knowledge, nobody on council helped formulate who they thought should be on the board. So that was a little concerning to me, just because I think last week we made such big strides as far as communication goes, and I'd like to see that open communication continue, not only with us and the EDC, but as far as the future of the EDC on council. And I think that we need to discuss collectively how we all feel before we present something like that. So I'm personally not ready to finalize anything tonight. I think that ongoing communication needs to continue. I know that what you just read and what you presented, you made some good points, but I don't think that it's necessarily our place to micromanage who should be on a board. And I think that the best way to come up with a final solution is just more communication and more collaboration. And so I'd like to see that continue. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't want to be insulting or heavy-handed. So, So anybody that, I'm sure that there are some people that probably feel insulted. I don't want to be heavy-handed. Feel, that way. What I want is to move forward. And I've got council members that I just heard from that are looking for something. And I tried to fill that void with regard to trust. So, quite honest, it's really on the LSCDC board to try to build that trust. I keep going to the meetings and hopes that that will happen. And it's been quite a long time now, 14 or 15 months. So this doesn't, I don't need consensus from everybody that this is the path. I need the board to hear what you all said tonight. And they need to figure out how they want to move forward. This was a proposal for them to consider, and to be quite honest, there's nothing new in here. I've been talking about these things for a long, long, long time, more than 15 months. So it's really up to them how they want to address the proposal. We don't need to send it to them formally. They've all read it. They've all seen it. And now they've heard your words. So I don't need a decision tonight. I don't need a unanimous consensus. I don't need a strong consensus like I mentioned. I just need to do exactly what you all told me, which is communicate more. That's what we're doing. We're communicating in a very open and transparent process. And I can tell you that the board has issues that they need to resolve because this council is probably not going to move forward with them unless they figure that out really, really fast. And time is not on the LSCDC board's time, and I've been very transparent with them about that, and they all know this. Every single one of them knows this. We talk about it in the meetings nonstop. So they came to us and brought all of these factors forward. We responded with having a conversation tonight. Now they can have a conversation amongst themselves and figure out what they want to do. Councilmember Felker.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I've kind of a question or two. There is probably some element of consensus. I think we can say at least that much that council has indicated that they want to see the EDC come back with something that we can agree with. Something that, and it's just what we consider that to be, perhaps at this point has a couple of distinguishing factors between council members. But on to my question is, we had a conversation last week as part of that bylaw review discussion. There seemed to be an interest on the other part of council members to have another one of our body join you, city manager, to be a part of that reworking of the bylaws conversation with the EDC. And that wasn't really mentioned tonight, but it was something I recall that we had talked about. And I guess I would both support that, but also have a legal question, actually. So I don't know.
I don't really know what you're referring to, so you'll have to be more specific.
Okay, so when we talked last week, there was conversation.
Who's we?
Council and EDC. There was at least some part of the conversation, there was a mentioning of would the EDC welcome other council members to be part of that revision process, this time period, to say what kind of input would they like from us regarding writing those bylaws or being a part of that conversation. And I guess, again, I'm not here to say that that's what everyone else thinks or remembers at all, but my question is, if council members were a part of that conversation, and obviously they wouldn't be voting because they're not members of the board, and then the board comes back to us with a proposal, would that present any kind of conflict of interest is my question. I don't think it does, but because they wouldn't be, again, formally a part of the EDC board.
I think council members could be part of like a study group
Yep.
To work with, if that's what the EDC wanted to invite council members to do that, they could do that. I think the mayor and the city manager, however, are bound to be in that group. Assuming they wish to participate, they're bound to be in that group because they are part of.
Absolutely. Okay. Again, just a piece that I recall us discussing, and I'd written it down as something I was kind of going through, and again, wanted to understand any legal ramifications. I'm not necessarily volunteering myself, but if that was something else that the EDC would want to have as a part of that exploration process.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Edson?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, and yeah, Brian brought up a point. You and the city manager, the mayor and the city manager are part of the EDC board. And I think I may have said once or twice after we canceled the PSA that I didn't think you all had any obligation to attend board meetings anymore. At some point, I mean, if we don't move forward with this, I would absolutely say you all have no obligation to attend those board meetings. I mean, I think you all have probably attended more than you needed to, and at what point does that stop? So, thank you.
Thank you. Well, the part in here that I really strongly feel that the only thing I heard consensus on is that the EDC needs to be governing themselves and policing themselves, basically. So I think we need to give them that opportunity. I know how I feel in my long proposal. They know how most council members feel. And how can they bridge that gap? Personally, I didn't hear hardly anybody really oppose a bylaw restructure, oppose an attorney in the room, oppose more members on the board, more diversity of members on the board, including educational partners, and other organizations. I mean, mostly it sounds like the reconstitution of the board is probably. So why don't we see if they can provide a solution? I really don't think they need, I mean, no offense, council member, but I don't think they need another one of us in the room with them. I've tried to give plenty of space as we've been putting this together. It has to be as a board like this. We need to be discussing as a board, and they need to be discussing as a board. And we negotiate, every single one of us up here, we negotiate all the time with the city manager's help and with our attorney's help. Most of them negotiate more than we do in their businesses, so you would think this would be a lot simpler than it is. I think Dan Rexroth with John Knox Village has said it quite a few times at this point in meetings, and then last week, the simplest approach is best. So let's bat the ball back onto their side of the court, volleyball term, and see what happens. Fair with that? I do apologize to anybody that I insulted with my list of people that I felt were the most engaged and had the best relationship with council. I'm trying to move us forward. I need help from the council to move us forward, and I need help from the board members to move us forward. Councilmember Hodges.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. So you were saying let's bat the ball back into their court, but are we putting a timeline, a deadline on this? Because again, I can see this being like, okay, let's just sit and wait. And then where another 18 months goes by, I mean, I would hope not that long this time, but we do want to move forward. So I think we do need to put timelines on things, not to I mean, gracefully, but also at the same time, we want to get the ball rolling, regardless of what direction that ends up being. But I just don't want to waste any more time. So it would be nice to, let's take it serious and sharpen the pencil as far as this goes. And then we can decide once, I hate to use the word deadline, but I do think we need to put something out there so that way we're not just sitting and waiting and being like, have they done it yet? Have they done it yet? Are we ready? So that way we can make a definite decision and we all know we're coming to the table ready to make that decision instead of doing another one of these that we did last week and discussing, which is great, but I just want to make sure we're not doing a lot of this, which isn't, I feel, accomplishing a whole lot in the direction that we're all really wanting to go. So that was just my thought. I would really like to make sure we don't have a lot of time go by and more time's wasted because I'm kind of sick and tired of wasting time. So I would like to be productive in this, and I would love for them to bring something that's equally productive. So that's just kind of the vision I'd like to see moving forward.
I think it's an excellent point. I know that they meet, they had to push some dates around. The next meeting of the board is November 8th. Do you want to emphasize that this needs to be a board decision, not executive committee decision? And the 8th is after our next meeting, and it's also a few weeks away. So maybe they'll move things up meeting-wise. Instead of meeting on the 8th, maybe they can do something sooner. If not, then hopefully by the 8th, they could have a good meeting on that day and then follow up with us right away the following week, because we're at the end of the year, and I want everybody up here to understand the LSCDC. This is just being very matter of fact. The LSCDC will really struggle to exist after the first of the year. They need to bill their investors. They need to re-engage. They need us to be on the same page with them before the end of the year. And we're in November now. Their next meeting is November 8th. We don't want to be having negative meetings, or, I think that they'll probably jump on this, and I feel like they were re-energized last week. Just listening to them was actually inspiring. So I think they'll get it together and meet. But I really think we should expect some type of response from them by the 7th, if they can move forward their meeting, or the 14th, which would be our next meeting. I know they can do that. Councilmember Pryor?
Thank you. And I agree with Councilmember Hodges. I want to see maybe a more firm timeline. But what is it going to look like as far as how are they going to present us the information? Will it be at a meeting? Will they just come before council? Will it be via email? Or how are we going to continue on with the communication? Or what does that look like?
I don't know that I would I don't want to do another work session. I thought we got the most out of that. I think, if they want to come present, have a presentation like we had with Pack Fee tonight, or what was the other presentation? Oh, Conceptual on the, maybe we can ask that way we can create some dialogue, but you don't have to force every single board member on the board to come to the meeting, and busy people respect that. We saw that last week. We had they gave us a lot last week. Time commitment and effort and sincerity. So I think they can put something together, and I think they need to be really considerate of what we're saying tonight. So, does that sound good?
It does, yes. Yeah, and I like the idea of them coming before us as far as like a presentation, so we can still engage, but without having it to be another work session, so, yeah.
Yeah,
thank
for
you.
sure by the 14th. But if they can push it up, we can try, do you think we can squeeze it in on the 7th, Mr. Dunning? I know the 14th, we for sure can squeeze it in. I don't know about the 7th.
Yeah, I believe, I'm gonna look, I believe the 7th is a pretty heavy meeting already.
Yeah, the problem is that we stack our meetings, and the meeting every single month that is most available for a presentation, a conceptual, or whatever, is the second meeting of the month. So I think the 14th, probably the best scenario. I think it'd be great if some type of collaboration could happen outside of that meeting, and then we're finalizing, but I don't know that I have a great picture of how that would happen or come together, simply because I've been trying to do that for a long time, and I haven't had success. That's why I was glad to have the work session last week with everybody in the room, so that you all can make these decisions and not just count on me passing information. And then here again tonight, you're all making decisions and not just, now, if you want to get into, if things are going to be said that aren't true, I'm always ready to hash that out. But this is easier for me, that's for sure. Councilmember Hodges?
Sorry, I did just forget to mention that from last week, I was super encouraged when we did have our joint meeting. I left it feeling very hopeful, so that I feel like that said a lot from where we had been discussing in the past 18 months. So I feel like I just really wanted to just kind of encourage them that I would love to see this work out. I would love to see the changes and see, again, just hearing a lot of them speak last week, I was kind of sitting there in awe for a little bit, because I'm like, man, they have so much to offer and they're just so talented. And so I'll just sum it up to say that I really am hopeful, and that I want to see this work out for the best for both sides. And yeah, that I'm just hopeful. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think, is there anything just that you can help us with, Mr. Dunning, or Mr. Head, anything that you're listening to us that we need to add on or talk about?
Not that I can think of, Mayor. It was helpful discussion. And I'll just say the way I took your remarks was a start of a discussion, right? It was a start of a proposal. So I think this dialogue was excellent to help the LSEDC and us as staff continue to work through.
All right. Mr. Head, Mr. Bushak, okay. Very good. Well, we're going to move on to the next agenda item. We still have business to do. First, we have a resolution. Miss Fowler, our Curry, would you please read resolution number 23-25?
Resolution number 23-25, a resolution approving the 2023 strategic plan for the City of Lee Summit Water Utilities Department.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt the resolution 23-25 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Edson. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 9-0. Thank you, Councilmember Pryor. We're going to ordinances forwarded from committee. Would you please read bill number 23-198?
Thank you, Mayor. I move for a second reading, bill number 23-198, an ordinance approving a transportation alternatives program funding agreement between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission related to the public improvement project designated as federal project number TAP-3001, Ward Road improvements from Blue Parkway to O'Brien Road within the city limits of Lee Summit, Missouri, and authorizing the mayor to execute the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading, bill number 23-198 by Councilmember Pryor, seconded by Councilmember Edson. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in, please record the vote. Passes 9-0. Councilmember Pryor, would you please read for adoption?
I move for adoption Bill number 23-198, an ordinance approving a transportation alternatives program funding agreement between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission related to the public improvement project designated as federal project number TAP-3001 Ward Road improvements from Blue Parkway to O'Brien Road within the city limits of Lee Summit, Missouri, and authorizing the mayor to execute the same.
Thank you. I have a motion to adopt Bill number 23-198 by Councilmember Pryor, seconded by Councilmember Lovell. Discussion? None, please cast your vote. All votes are in, please record the vote. That bill is adopted. Thank you. Councilmember Lovell, would you please read Bill number 23-199?
Thanks, Mayor. I move to advance the second reading, Bill number 23-199, an ordinance approving modification number 1 to an agreement for professional engineering services for the Ward Road improvements, Northwest O'Brien Road to Northwest Blue Parkway project, RFQ 2022-040, with Walter P. Moore and Associates Incorporated for an increase of $106,670 for the amended basic services with an amended not-to-exceed amount of $550,985 and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading, Bill number 23-199 by Councilmember Lovell, seconded by Councilmember Pryor. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in, please record the vote. Passes 9-0. Councilmember Lovell, would you please?
I move for adoption Bill number 23-199, an ordinance approving modification number 1 to an agreement for professional engineering services for the Ward Road improvements, Northwest O'Brien Road and Northwest Blue Parkway project, RFQ 2022-040, with Walter P. Moore and Associates Incorporated for an increase of $106,670 for the amended basic services with an amended not-to-exceed amount of $550,985 and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 23-199 by Councilmember Lovell, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes. It's adopted 9-0. Thank you. Councilmember Shields, would you please read Bill number 23-200?
Thank you, Mayor. I move for second reading of Bill number 23-200, an ordinance authorizing the execution of a cooperative service agreement by and between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri, Lee Summit Municipal Airport, and the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, APHIS, Wildlife Service, WS, to cooperate in a wildlife damage management project and authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 23-200 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember DeMoro. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It passes 9-0. Councilmember Shields, would you please?
Thank you, Mayor. I now move for adoption of Bill number 23-200, an ordinance authorizing the execution of a cooperative service agreement by and between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri, Lee Summit Municipal Airport, the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, APHIS, Wildlife Service, WS, to cooperate in a wildlife damage management project and authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 23-200 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Edson. Discussion? Cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. And that bill is adopted unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember Hodges, would you please read Bill number 23-201?
Thank you. I move to second reading Bill number 23-201, an ordinance approving the award of RFQ number 2023-058 for professional engineering services for the Pryor Road Phase 2 improvements, Hook Road to M150 Highway project to Affinis Corp in the amount of $1,100,978.95 and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 23-201 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Pryor. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 9-0. Councilmember Hodges, would you please?
I move for the adoption of Bill number 23-201, an ordinance approving the award of RFQ number 2023-058 for professional engineering services for the Pryor Road Phase 2 improvements, Hook Road to M150 Highway project to Affinis Corp in the amount of $1,100,978.95 and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 23-201 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Felker. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Adopted unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember Felker, would you please read Bill number 23-202?
Certainly, Mayor. I move to advance Bill number 23-202 to second reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 4, Alcoholic Beverages, Article 1 in general, and Article 3 Licenses, Division 2, Types of Licenses, Fees of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Lee Summit, Missouri, to revise the provisions relating to the administration of liquor licenses by the city.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading, Bill number 23-202 by Councilmember Felker, seconded by Councilmember Edson. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. For the vote, passes 9-0. Councilmember Felker, would you please?
Mayor, I move to I move to adopt Bill number 23-202, an ordinance amending Chapter 4, Alcoholic Beverages, Article 1 in general, and Article 3, Licenses, Division 2, Types of Licenses, Fees of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Lee Summit, Missouri, to revise the provisions relating to the administration of liquor licenses by the city.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 23-202 by Councilmember Felker, seconded by Councilmember Edson. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Adopted 9-0. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, would you please read Bill number 23-203?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move for second reading, Bill number 23-203, an ordinance amending Section 2-530 of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri, to update provisions pertaining to closed meetings, records, and votes to be in conformity with the most current revised version of the Missouri Sunshine Law.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading, Bill number 23-203 by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? None, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 9-0. Mayor Pro Tem, would you please?
Yes, I now move for adoption of Bill number 23-203, an ordinance amending Section 25-2-530 of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri, to update provisions pertaining to closed meetings, records, and votes to be in conformity with the most current revised version of the Missouri Sunshine Law.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 23-203 by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, seconded by Councilmember Pryor. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's adopted 9-0. And when it takes us to proposed ordinances, second reading, Councilmember Edson, would you please read Bill number 15-233?
Thank you, Mayor. Before I read this, given that it was first read in 2015, do you want Mr. Bouchek to say anything about it?
Yes, please, Mr. Bouchek. Great point. I mean, it started with the 15, and it really threw me off, so that means 2015.
Yes, that's correct. It was first read in 2015. This is connected with the 2015 Longview, the new Longview TIF plan. And so the way that works is there were 15 different project ordinances that were part of that plan. And so we held first reading of the 15 different project ordinances right after the plan was approved. And they were all parked, essentially. Several of those projects have been approved over the years, and we're ready to approve the next one. So it's correct that it's 2015, and this is second reading of that project ordinance. And it's the townhome areas that's under construction right now.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Bouchek? All right, thank you. Now, Councilmember Edson, would you please?
Thank you, sir. I move for adoption of Bill number 15-233, an ordinance approving the Redevelopment Project I for the new Longview Tax Increment Financing Plan and activating the collection of tax increment financing revenues therein.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 15-233 by Councilmember Edson, seconded by Councilmember Lovell. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Whoa, what was that? Did you want to say something? All right. That was like a glitch in the Matrix. Whoop. All right, that bill is adopted unanimously. Please record the vote. We're almost there. Committee reports. Oh, Councilmember DeMoro.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to report to the council, we did have an LIRC meeting yesterday at the noon time, and we had two items, legislative priorities and the lobbyist RFP. We did move the legislative priorities for 2024 forward, so that is pretty well finished. However, on the lobbyist RFP, we had some discussion, very good discussion, and it will come back to us with some possible changes and questions answered. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilmember Shields.
It will have Finance and Budget Committee meeting on Monday, November 6th. Just wanted to mention that since we won't be here next week.
All right, thank you. Council comments? Councilmember Lovell.
Thanks, Mayor. You know, it just kind of dawned on me, seeing that new Longview TIF come about. I know there was a lot of components to that and the barns, and I don't know if it may be worth an update as to kind of what's going on, or that's been sitting there for a long time. I don't know if that might be something at a later date we might want to explore. I know I get a lot of questions about how those TIFs were set up, you know, what's still going on with it. I know the mansion was redone. We obviously redid the pergola. Anyway, it might be interesting to see where that is.
Yeah, there might be an opportunity for that in the near future. The property that contains the farm officer's home, the farm manager's home, and the dairy manager's home. It's one lot, contains two houses. You drive by them all the time when you go, you know, between the roundabouts there. That property is may sell soon, and in order to assign the receipt of TIF revenues from the current landowner, which is a subsidiary of Sunflower Development, it requires city council approval. And so there may be an assignment agreement that comes to the city council in the near future. It may be at the next meeting, but we're still working on that. And that might be the appropriate time. I could give you an update, and we could actually ask the primary developer, who's not a party connected with Sunflower, to be here and give you an update also. Well, I can check on that.
I do get asked a lot in my district, obviously, but yeah, that would be great. And then one other thing, a few weeks ago, I had just maybe mentioned in council comments, just kind of getting a general, like a better understanding of our procurement process and, you know, how we, RFQs and contracts and building. And Councilmember Felker and I had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Dunning, Mr. Elam today, and we had a great conversation. I felt like I learned so much, and I think maybe what was born out of that was the opportunity for them to come back and kind of give us a high-level view of some of the things, how we go about that process. It was very eye-opening. I felt much better about our process and procurement, and just the differences, whether it's horizontal or vertical construction, and just some of the things that we're doing as a city to make sure, you know, we're doing the best job we can with bids and going out. So I just felt good. I just really appreciate Mr. Elam and Mr. Dunning taking the time to do that, and I know Mr. Felker and I really came out of there feeling very positive, and hope that you guys get that, we'll all get that opportunity to see some of that laid out for us in kind of a clearer, easier to understand format. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks for meeting with them. You brought it up a few times, and I'm just like, man, ask whatever question you want. Do it. Make us better. So I'm sure that from that high level, from that it helps you guys know what you need to be telling us as a council and how to guide us as far as, because it's a nonstop process. We got turnover on council. We're term limited. We come and go, and we got to implement continual educational pieces like that and assurances that we're doing things the right way. So great stuff. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I'm proud to be a part of a council that is able to communicate effectively and listen to each other and respectfully. And you too, I know it's not an easy position that you're in, especially with people, all of us having different ideas of the future of the EDC and the way that the direction that we want to see it go. And I think that you're doing a good job navigating all of this. So thank you.
Very kind, very kind. Thank you. I'm trying. I want to move us forward, and so I think you all did good tonight. It was a good, it was another good discussion. It's 2 weeks in a row. We'll get there. All right, Mr. Dunning, staff roundtable.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. 4 quick things, kind of on the note of different construction delivery methods that we just referenced. The timing of that will match up, I think, perfectly because we owe you and the public kind of an update on our approach that we're taking with our no tax increase bond issue projects. And so we'll marry those delivery methods up with certain projects because we do anticipate that we'll use different delivery methods, and we'll help you better understand why and what's the thought process behind that. So timing is great for that. Today we did a dry run on our snow fighting with our equipment and our systems. So you probably saw, the public probably saw a lot of snow plows out and about, and that was intentional so that we can be prepared for the winter season. A date to keep in mind here, November 1st, we'll be holding we're calling it a public hearing, open house design process for the Ward and the Purcells intersection over there, those offset T intersections that I'll use the technical term wonky street signals over there.
When are you doing that?
This will be November 1st. We'll hold the open house where the public can come view the plans and provide any thoughts, comments.
Because I can't wait for that to get fixed.
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot wait.
Yep. So we're starting in on that.
Yeah.
That open house will be at Pleasant Lee Middle School on November 1st from 5 to 7. We're also offering that online ability to view that and provide comment through an online version as well that will run through November 15th. So that project currently slated to start summer of '24 and go into late fall of 2025. So that's another improvement coming. And then lastly, I wanted to acknowledge, we just read a resolution adopting a strategic plan. And I know that Mr. Schaffler and his team worked for over a year to update that strategic plan. And it also has a tactical plan that goes with that. So that's a mountain of work that got accomplished. And we just read the resolution, but there is a lot of work that went into that to align that with our Ignite comprehensive plan, our strategic plan. And so really appreciate Mr. Schaffler and his team and the consultants that did a lot of great work on that to project us forward with our water utilities. And that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, real quick, Councilmember Pryor has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. So my daughter is going to be really happy to hear the whole Ward Road and Purcells, that she was actually leaving. It was after your daughter's birthday party. She was leaving that house, and she told me that she came up to that intersection that she was very confused on what to do, and she's a pretty new driver, so she's going to be happy to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. One quick thing, just a little cleanup tonight. I know that we all love Joe Snook, but I try to make sure that we all call everybody by Mr. or council member. We were calling him Joe all night long. And Joe, I apologize, but I want to keep it a little bit more formal than that. It's because you know everybody, so it's a compliment, but we just need to try to clean it up tonight. It was numerous of us, I think. But anyway, it was not disrespectful. It was all love. So with that clock is off by like a minute or two. On mine, I got 10:03. What do you guys got? 10:03. This meeting is adjourned.
We have a closed session.
This meeting is not adjourned.
Okay. All right.
Gosh, it's 10 o'clock. All right. Councilmember DeMauro.
Pursuant to Section 610021 of the revised statutes of the state of Missouri pertaining to legal actions, causes of action, or litigation involving a public governmental body and any confidential or privileged communication between a public governmental body or its representatives and its attorneys, and pursuant to Section 610021 of the revised statutes of the state of Missouri pertaining to the leasing, purchase, or sale of real estate by a public governmental body where public knowledge of the transaction might adversely affect the legal consideration. Therefore, I move for closed session.
Thank you. I have a motion to move into closed session by Councilmember DeMauro, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Seeing none, could I get a roll call vote?
Councilmember
Please.
DeMauro?
Aye.
Councilmember Shields?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryor?
Aye.
Councilmember Lovell?
Aye.
Councilmember Felker? Councilmember Hodges?
Aye.
Councilmember Edson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Baird.
Aye. Thank you all.